for deploy. And everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch. Roger, nice to be in orbit. We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
You're looking live at the Crew-Dragon spacecraft and Falcon 9 rocket set to carry 3 American astronauts and 1 Japanese astronaut to the International Space Station in just a few hours. Today begins the first full-duration science mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Good afternoon and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Marie Lewis with NASA Public Affairs.
And I'm Kate Tice, Senior Certification Engineer at SpaceX. Joining us today is someone very familiar with historic Launch Pad 39A, retired NASA astronaut Nicole Stott. Welcome, Nicole.
Good afternoon, ladies. It is wonderful to be here with you at the Kennedy Space Center. Absolutely one of my favorite places on the planet.
And ours too.
Absolutely. At 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi will lift off from this historic launch complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center and begin their 6-month journey in orbit. This mission, known as crew-1, will be the first American-launched mission with astronauts aboard since the Demo 2 test flight this past summer.
That's right, and we have teams across the world covering the action from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, Mission Control in Houston, and JAXA headquarters in Japan, and of course, right here in Florida.
In just a few minutes, at T-minus 4 hours and 5 minutes, NASA will turn the crew over to the SpaceX team. And once that happens, there are a series of key milestones to complete as we count down to T0. The first one is suit up. The suit-up room is located in NASA's Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, or the O&C. Here, the SpaceX team will help the astronauts put on their suits and perform some key suit checkouts. After suit-up, we'll see crew walkout. The astronauts will leave the O&C building for final goodbyes with friends and family gathered outside the facility before they head out to the launch pad.
And following goodbyes, the crew will get in a pair of Teslas and begin the roughly 20-minute drive to Pad 39A. Once at the pad, the crew will ascend the fixed service structure in an elevator up to the 255-foot level. Then they take the stairs for the last 10 feet or so up to the crew access arm and white room. The white room is their last stop before climbing inside the spacecraft, a process called crew ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions are all functioning properly.
And after all the vehicle and crew checkouts are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's side hatch with the crew safely inside. At T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm, which is the long suspended walkway that the astronauts use to board Dragon, will retract away, followed by arming of the launch escape system.
And once the arm is retracted and the launch escape system is armed, that's when propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. At T-minus 5 minutes, Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count. This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft.
And finally, at T0, Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 will lift off from Pad 39A. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Crew Dragon will separate from Falcon 9's second stage, enter its activation phase, and begin using its own onboard propulsion system to carry the crew to their destination, the International Space Station.
So with crew suit up about 7 minutes or so away, we want to introduce our team at SpaceX headquarters in California to show us what's happening on the opposite coast. Leah?
Hi, Marie, and hello from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire, and we are beyond excited you're joining us live for the first crew rotation flight of the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft on a Falcon 9 rocket to the International Space Station.
I'm Jesse Anderson, a lead manufacturing engineer here at SpaceX. Right next to us is Mission Control Hawthorne, where our teams are monitoring the vehicle, checking in on all of its systems, and the capsule is currently go for launch.
Once the crew lifts off, it will take them about 27.5 hours to reach their destination, the space station, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. The crew won't be doing any manual flight tests along the way like we saw during DM2 earlier this year, but will always have the ability to take control of Dragon if necessary.
To help make sure the crew has a safe journey, our team in Mission Control will be monitoring their progress along the way. On console or headset are 6 key positions who are monitoring the health of the vehicle and crew. The mission director, responsible for mission success, is in charge of the room. The person that you'll hear talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resources engineer, what we call the
As a
core.
reminder for all Falcon 9 teams, 55.43 is open for the poll for crew ingress.
The other positions are focused on things like navigation and control of the vehicle, avionics software, propulsion, life support systems, and communications with ground segments.
NASA has its own team members in Mission Control Houston, where they've been preparing the space station for Crew Dragon's arrival. We'll meet several of the key players later when we check in with Mission Control. For now, though, let's go to John Innsbrucker for an operational update on the launch countdown. John?
Hello from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. As Leah said, I'm John Innsbrucker, Falcon Principal Integration Engineer. We're just over 4 hours to launch. The major event getting to this point was static fire of the Falcon 9. That was done 5 days ago. The Falcon 9, with the Dragon capsule on top, has remained vertical on pad 39A. You can see on your screens. We've been vertical since the static fire. Now, when we static fired the Falcon 9, we used the same countdown procedures we're using today. However, the engines were fired for only 7 seconds, and we obviously didn't allow the flight computer to command missile liftoff. Now, following static fire, we did perform a final dress rehearsal with the crew, and in addition to the 4 astronauts, Dragon is carrying some supplies. We loaded the time-sensitive items, what we call the late load cargo, onto Dragon late Saturday. Now, right now at pad 39A, Falcon 9 and Dragon are both powered on. The Falcon 9 launch team will perform final checks starting at T-minus 2 hours. The Dragon team has recently been pressurizing the propulsion system, and they are waiting for arrival of the crew later today. The astronauts did receive a weather briefing at T-minus 4 hours and 20 minutes. Conditions continue to be go at pad 39A. The weather officer predicts a 50% chance that rain in the flight path, thick clouds, possibly static electricity at ground level might be an issue, but they're actually sounding a little optimistic that the weather boundary we've seen coming towards us may not make it and will stay away long enough for a launch today. Also around the world, splashdown locations in case of a contingency are go. Now, in the event of an off-nominal scenario, such as an abort, SpaceX and NASA are coordinating with the U.S. Coast Guard to ensure crew safety upon splashdown. This includes extra ships and air assets to patrol the 10 nautical mile keep-out zone. This is to help mitigate safety concerns for any boaters approaching the landing area. Now, as usual for Dragon flights, we have an instantaneous launch window. That means we can't move the launch time. We have to go right on the planned minute and second. So if we need to delay, there is a backup launch opportunity on Wednesday, a little under 3 days from now. Now, with everything go at pad 39A, let's head over to Houston, where Shaniqua Vereen is standing by.
Welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center. I'm Shaniqua Vereen. Mission Control Houston is essentially the nerve center for operating the International Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured that station is ready to welcome crew-1. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director Anthony Varia. There's a noticeably smaller team to see in the room tomorrow. There's noticeably smaller group in the room right now because their crew is currently asleep. Tomorrow we'll see a larger group for docking. A few hours before Dragon arrives at station, NASA's Anthony Varia will again take the flight director's chair to lead the team through Dragon's approach and docking. He'll lead the joint NASA-SpaceX go-no-go polls once we're in integrated operations with Mission Control crews here in Houston and at SpaceX in Hawthorne, working in sync to bring Crew Dragon to its new home in space. A little bit later, I'll go through all the work we've been doing in space and on the ground to prepare the station for Crew-1's arrival. Until then, we'll keep an eye on today's countdown to launch, and we'll check back in with you soon. Let's head back over to Kennedy Space Center. Marie?
All right. Thank you, Shaniqua. The astronauts will begin suiting up in just a few minutes. And one of the NASA traditions they've continued is designing the patch for their mission. So take a look. Crew-1 marks the beginning of sustained government commercial partnership missions to the space station. And this Crew Dragon spacecraft is the focus of the patch here. The spacecraft is flying from the bottom left toward the top right, representing ascent and insertion into orbital flight. And the Crew Dragon is superimposed on a background of stars and completes the outline of a dragon's head. The letter C borders the patch, which together with the number 1 in the foreground represent the mission shadows of the legacy human spaceflight programs are along the border. Of course, that's Shuttle, Apollo, Mercury, and Gemini to honor and recognize their contributions to the Crew Dragon capsule.
The outline of the space station is also on the border to acknowledge Crew Dragon's destination and its contribution to maintaining a human presence in low Earth orbit for the United States and our international partners. You might notice that there are no individual names or flags on the border because the patch honors not just the crew members on board, but all of the NASA and SpaceX employees who have worked together to make this sleek and elegant spacecraft. This patch honors their vision, service, and support. The Crew-1 astronauts dedicate this patch to their families.
And, you know, I have to tell you, when I saw this patch, it made me smile because of the Blue Dragon. One of the traditions that we have within the astronaut office, and, you know, in addition to designing the patches for our missions, is that the class before you gets to name you. Name the new class. And when Shannon's class came on, our class, the Bugs, the class of 2000, got to name Shannon's class the class of 2004. And they originally, though, wanted to name themselves. And they wanted to name themselves the Blue Dragons. We denied that, though. They are the Peacocks. But I thought it was kind of funny. No coincidence, maybe, that Shannon is on this mission and that patch has a nice, beautiful blue dragon on it.
Very serendipitous, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Well, at T-minus 4 hours, we're actually just inside that. So any moment now, we expect to see the crew begin to suit up inside astronaut crew quarters just down the road from us.
We'll have a live look inside the suit-up room with the SpaceX team as they begin to help the astronauts put on their spacesuits and perform key checkouts.
Now, the crew's scheduled wake-up time, excuse me, was 11:47 this morning. They're probably up a little earlier than that, but that was their scheduled wake-up time to adjust their sleep schedule in preparation for launch. They had lunch at 12:15, and I got to check my phone because I got a text message with what they all ate. Mike Hopkins had New York steak, medium rare, with seasoned fries and dirty rice. Shannon had a juicy medium hamburger with no soggy bun, brioche bun, with sweet potato fries and arugula salad with shaved Parmesan cheese and balsamic vinaigrette. Good choice. Soichi had Japanese curry rice with a panko crusted chicken thigh and curly fries. And Victor had lamb chops medium with sweet potato mashed and same salad as Shannon Walker, but no dressing.
I wonder if they had to pre-order, if that was just on the fly.
Well, you get pretty much whenever you want in crew quarters, right, Nicole?
I'll tell you what, you are so well taken care of in crew quarters, and food, I think, is at the top of their list for taking care of us. And I'm sure that they put in a pre-order for that, but yeah, that was quite the selection.
Yeah, all good. I mean, my mouth is watering thinking about all of that. But besides their lunch, obviously, they did some other things this morning, right? They had their routine daily medical checks. Their flight day preparation included reviewing the procedures on their tablets before suit up one final time. And just a few minutes ago, they listened to a weather brief. And so, again, any minute now, we're expecting to see a live view inside the suit up room.
27:17 local time with an instantaneous window. The crew is starting suit donning in preparation to begin ingress activities. Vehicle gases are at MEOP, FDS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed in preparation for ingress. F9 is not tracking any issues at this time. Upper level, ground level, and pad escape winds remain go at this time. Launch weather will be a watch item this evening with cumulus clouds, flight through precip, and surface electric field rules as the primary concern. In the event of a scrub, the next available launch attempt will be Wednesday, November 18th. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Procedure 52.911 is open in the event of any crew emergency, for crew ingress through launch. Firing 4 will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and last until spacecraft separation or after the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel requested to stay in their locations until lockdown is complete. CE, any report on Falcon 9 health?
Falcon 9 is healthy and good to go.
Copy. CE, MD, any comments?
Dragon's looking good today. We had a successful vehicle integrity test overnight. Dragon top press just a bit earlier, as you mentioned, and we're not tracking any issues. We're ready for crew ingress.
Copy all. Unless there's any other questions, this will conclude the T-minus 4-hour situational brief.
Okay, so we're expecting to go to have a live view inside the suit-up room momentarily. You just heard a live brief. It sounds like there's no issues with Falcon 9. The primary concern at this point is weather. That's a watch item around the launch pad. The downrange weather actually looks pretty good, so we're just going to keep an eye on the weather around the pad. And here's our first live look inside the suit-up room.
Wow, it is so exciting to see this, isn't it? All 4 of them.
Yeah, it's just, okay, so there's a look at Commander, that looks like Mike Hopkins.
Yeah.
So, Kate, walk us through what are they doing in these seats? And obviously they're getting some checkouts, making sure the fit is good. Walk us through what is happening, the mechanics of what's going on in the room.
Yeah, so each astronaut has an assigned crew team member to make sure they're part of our suit-up team. And that suit-up lead or assigned crew member is essentially responsible for communicating any feedback, making sure that we're getting thumbs up, verbal goes, that everything is fitting well and is comfortable. So these suit techs, like I said, they're all assigned to each astronaut, and it's to make sure that each astronaut is undergoing the same defined, basically checkout list to make sure that we can proceed into the next steps. And they're also doing stuff, this would have happened before the suits came on, but those the suit-up technicians were also doing maybe things that we might consider smaller in detail, but they were also checking to make sure that the astronauts weren't wearing any uncleared personal items, so making sure that they didn't have any jewelry, rings, earrings. The only thing that they're really allowed to wear is the NASA-provided watch, if they choose to wear one. So making sure that those smaller things are off before the suit gets put on.
Okay, and we can see Shannon in the seat now, and tell us about these seats that they're sitting in. Nicole, they're not like the recliners that you sat in during shuttle,
no.
But there's a special reason for these chairs.
Yeah, so these chairs, these are basically GSE or ground support equipment chairs that are pretty identical to the chairs that they will be sitting in inside of the capsule. So the reason that we're suiting them up here and doing these checkouts is to make sure that the umbilicals, the things that are in the suit that connect directly to the seat, they communicate, they allow the astronauts to communicate, and they also provide environmental systems. So, to make sure that our friends are nice and comfortable during their ride, we are pumping cool air through the suit. So they're basically sitting in these chairs that are duplications of the chairs inside of the capsule to make sure that all of those umbilicals will get hooked up properly. Now, those recliners that Nicole is so fond of, they are in the room. I promise they're still there. You might even be able to see them in the background in some of these shots. But essentially, these chairs allow us to make the essential checkouts prior to exiting the O&C.
And Nicole, this must bring back a lot of fond memories for you. You did this twice before.
Yeah, it really does. And, I don't know, I'm kind of living vicariously, feeling some level of excitement that they might be at this point. It's just really nice to see all 4 of them in there, snug in their seats and getting ready to go launch to space today.
Absolutely. And this first long-duration crew to fly on a commercial spacecraft has a diverse collection of experiences they bring to this mission today. Crew Dragon Commander Mike Hopkins was born in Lebanon, Missouri, but grew up outside Richland, Missouri. He was selected as an astronaut by NASA in 2009. Hopkins is a colonel in the United States Air Force and holds degrees in aerospace engineering. He flew on the Russian Soyuz to the ISS as a member of the Expedition 3738 crew, logging 166 days in space. And Hopkins performed 2 spacewalks totaling almost 13 hours to change out a degraded pump module on the space station. His military experience includes testing C-17 and C-130 aircraft.
Pilot Victor Glover is a native of Pomona, California. He was selected as an astronaut by NASA in 2013. Glover is a commander in the United States Navy and holds degrees in general engineering, flight test engineering, systems engineering, and military operational art and science. While this will be Glover's first space flight, he has extensive military test flight experience. He was a test pilot for the FA-18 Hornet, the Super Hornet, and the EA-18G Growler. He's accumulated 3,000 flight hours in more than 40 aircraft, over 400 carrier-arrested landings, and 24 combat missions.
And mission specialist Shannon Walker is from Houston, Texas. She was selected as an astronaut by NASA in 2004. She is a doctor of philosophy in space physics. Walker flew on the Russian Soyuz as a flight engineer for expeditions 24-25 on board the ISS in space for 163 days. And during that mission, she was the robotics operator supporting 3 contingency spacewalks.
The advance team has arrived at the crew arm on schedule.
To remove and replace a failed pump module on the space station, Shannon is also one of only a few dozen people to be both an astronaut and an aquanaut, having spent 13 days underwater during NASA's Extreme Environments Mission Operations 15, aptly called NEMO 15. And during the mission, she lived inside the world's only underwater research station, Aquarius, which sits 60 feet beneath the ocean surface and just down the road off the coast of Key Largo. And having been blessed with this experience myself, I can attest that the NEMO missions are absolutely the best analog to living and working in space.
Mission specialist Soichi Noguchi is from Yokohama, Kanagawa, Japan. He was selected as an astronaut by Japan in 1996. He has degrees in aeronautical engineering and is a doctor of philosophy in advanced interdisciplinary studies. Noguchi has logged a total of 177 days in space, having flown on STS-114 on the Space Shuttle Discovery and on the Russian Soyuz as a member of the Expedition 22-23 crew. While on STS-114, he became the first Japanese astronaut to perform spacewalks on the International Space Station, completing 3 of those spacewalks, totaling 20 hours. Each of these 4 crew members will serve as flight engineers for Expedition 64 once they arrive at the International Space Station. And we will continue to give you a close look at each of them as we continue to approach our T0 time.
You know, it's interesting, I think, as we introduce the crew members, kind of all these little small world brings it back kind of connections. And yes, Soichi was on STS-114, which was a return to flight, first shuttle flight after Columbia. And one of his crewmates on STS-114 is Shannon's husband, Andy Thomas, who is also an astronaut.
It is. It's a small world.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
And, we heard a lot about their individual experiences. Nicole, how important is it to have a group of astronauts on a mission together that do have who have been through so many different things? And of course, this will be Victor's first space flight.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your perspective on that?
Well, I think just in general, we've seen across many different industries, but certainly NASA, I think, kind of exemplifies this fact that when we bring different backgrounds together, we have a more successful mission, and we can look at solving problems in different ways. And the International Space Station program, without even looking at the crew members here today, has brought together, 15 different countries,
Yeah.
5 international space agencies, all working peacefully, successfully for this last 20 years. I think it's a perfect example of how when we bring these different experiences together, we have real success.
Yeah, continued proof. It's also worth noting that even though this is the second crew to suit up for a Crew Dragon spaceflight, they will accomplish several firsts. This will be the first 4-person crew ever on any capsule and on a commercial spacecraft at that. Walker will be the first woman on a commercial orbital spaceflight. Noguchi is the first international partner crew member on Crew Dragon. He will also be the first international partner astronaut to fly aboard 3 different types of orbital spacecraft, those being the U.S. Space Shuttle, the Russian Soyuz, and now third, the SpaceX Crew Dragon. Glover will be the first black astronaut to fly on a commercial spacecraft and the first black long-duration crew member to live aboard the International Space Station. Hopkins will be the first flight test engineer to command an American spacecraft. So making history on many fronts today.
Yeah, so just checking back in with the crew there, we see them lifting the visor. What they were doing just before, they were actually pressurizing the suit to make sure that everything was fitting properly, making sure all the seals were in place, making sure, so the spacesuits are custom fitted for each astronaut. They are specially designed to fit their specific bodies. So there's absolutely no chance that you can put someone else's on and you can't mix them up. The same goes for their seat assignments inside the capsule as well. Those are also assigned. But these suits utilize zippers in certain places to help make sure, and so some of what we saw before was making sure the zippers are fully closed in place and making sure that we can apply pressure within the suit for, again, environmental controls, and it also allows us to maintain environment in the unlikely event of cabin depressurization. So it's safe to say that this mission certainly represents a lot that has been accomplished this year. It's kind of crazy to think that Demo 2 lifted off and splashed down just earlier. Years of cooperation with the cargo program, the cargo resupply program with NASA going to the International Space Station, then developing this crew system that we see here. We had 22 trips to station so far to date, and 9 of those have actually been completed on a reused Dragon, so that's pretty exciting. Like I mentioned, we've had a lot of progress this year. The in-flight abort test was completed in January, and then, like I said, Demo 2 back in May, lifted off in May and splashed down in August. And Nicole, were you able to follow along with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, just because you retire from the astronaut office doesn't mean you completely separate yourself, Sure. And, yeah, I made a point of following along, a lot of living vicariously through Bob and Doug for sure. Just like today is watching these 4. And what's interesting to me is Bob and Doug were in my astronaut class, so it was like watching family, and pretty special to see when Megan and Karen, their wives were able to be out there, and both of them are also in our astronaut class. Yeah.
Okay, so while there are a lot of firsts that we have accomplished, will be accomplishing on this mission, for Mike and Victor, the most important moment so far was when Soichi and Shannon were assigned to their crew. Mike and Victor had been training with us at SpaceX for a while, along with Bob and Doug, and so when they had their full one assignment, it was a big deal. The 4-member crew starting training together as a unit earlier this year.
Yeah, I remember Shannon saying it was Friday she was a management astronaut, and on Monday she was training for this flight. So it was a really exciting time for her, I know. And while training to fly aboard Dragon is serious business, the crew was able to have a little fun along the way and get to know each other better. Shannon told us that in some ways the pandemic actually made it easier for them all to bond. Once COVID hit, NASA and SpaceX had to find ways to make it safe for the crew to travel. And you can hear the helo flying above us as they get ready to depart the building and ride out to the pad. The crew ended up traveling as a unit and even lived together in a house while they were in Hawthorne instead of staying in a hotel. And at the end of each day, they'd all have dinner together. So spending so much time in each other's company, as you can imagine, allowed them to warm up to each other much faster and obviously get to know each other better than if it were under normal circumstances.
The crew also told us that the emergency trainings that they underwent also brought them closer together. Training for emergency scenarios is typically very stressful, and the crew has to approach each exercise with an exceptional amount of teamwork. At the end of these training days, everyone was always a bit sweaty, but mostly smiles as they ate and debriefed around a conference room table. For Mike, he said that those were some of his favorite moments, sitting around the table, sharing stories and laughs with each other.
Yeah, and I know they've each talked about how it doesn't feel like work. It's like fun, and I don't want to call it play because it's serious business, but they're having a blast with this. It's clear that this crew has enjoyed the journey with each other so far, and it's going to be so exciting to see them lift off from launch pad 39A in just under 4 hours. We are at T-minus 3 hours, 41 minutes and counting. And Nicole, as you see the four of them there, it looks like they're nearing the end of the suit-up process, not ready to leave the room quite yet. But what's their headspace like right now?
Well, I think it's probably, a little bit of a balance between, holy moly, I'm really here, about to go, walk to a launch pad to go to space today, and then thinking about what they
are complete on schedule.
And then thinking about what they need to do as they get strapped into the spacecraft. But Victor, with his first flight, I imagine there's a little bit of a hypersensitivity too. You coming into this room. This is a historic room itself, the suit up room. Mm-hmm. There's like an aura. There's this awe about it, and I imagine he's trying to take everything he possibly can in, and to remember it. He'll be thankful for the pictures and videos, like we all are.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, and the people that they're there with, like Kate mentioned, this suit up team, you get to know these people. I mean, they're along with you for for the journey in general, training, and then all the way out to the pad, and so you feel like you're there with family as well, and you want them to feel like they're part of the experience, the excitement that you're having too about it.
Sure. Thanks, Nicole. We've got about 15 minutes approximately until the crew leaves this suit-up room. So let's check in with John Innsbrucker for another operation update. John?
Thanks, Marie. We're coming up on T-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes, and all continues to go well for tonight's launch as we wait for the crew to walk out of the building. Now, the area around pad 39A was cleared of personnel at T-minus 8 hours. The only people remaining on the pad right now are the ones needed for ingress of the astronauts. Now, we'll be covering crew arrival at the pad and entry into the spacecraft. Now, on the launch pad, as you can see, Falcon 9 is powered on. Engine and stage checkouts were performed several hours ago. We're currently monitoring telemetry and pressurizing gas storage vessels. The good news is the launch director and the chief engineer reported in the T-minus 4 hour briefing there's nothing significant to report on the rocket. Now, on top of the Falcon 9 in your picture, at the very top, the Dragon spacecraft. That capsule is ready for the crew. Functional checkouts were performed in preparation for the crew's arrival. Most recently, the Dragon propellant system was pressurized to final flight pressure about 40 minutes ago. And also, as the mission director reported, all spacecraft systems are go. Good news is the launch range is ready to support. They're green and go, working no issues at this time. And finally, on the weather, we're getting ready to release the first of several weather balloons in the last 3.5 hours of the countdown. So while we're waiting for those results to give us a better idea on the upper altitude winds, we are still anticipating acceptable weather for launch. So things are looking good with both Falcon and Dragon, and the weather is cooperating right now as we count down to liftoff. As we get ready for the crew to walk out, let's go back to our team at Kennedy Space Center.
All right, thank you, John. Looking back live inside the room, again, helos flying overhead. Everybody is getting ready for this crew to make their way just behind us on their way out to the launch pad. It is now T-minus 3 hours and 38 minutes here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew ate lunch at about 12:15 and listened to a weather brief. Again, the main watch item right now is weather around the launch pad. We just watched the suit techs from SpaceX fit each crew member into their own custom spacesuit inside the crew quarters. And in just a few minutes, at T-minus 3 hours and 25 minutes, give or take, the crew will be making their way out of this famed suit-up room, down the hallway, into an elevator, down to the first floor, and then finally they will make that famous walk outside to see their families and a small group of well-wishers before they head out to the launch pad. And there are 3 Teslas waiting to drive the crew out to Launch Complex 39A. Riding in the first car will be suit techs and the closeout lead. And in the second Tesla, Mike and Shannon will be sharing a ride with the flight surgeon.
And in the third vehicle, we'll have Victor, Soichi, and another closeout lead. We will be following that convoy live every step of the way, getting you as close as possible without actually being in the car with them. So I want to point out, you might notice there on the front windshield of that Tesla, there were a couple of stickers. The two Teslas that were utilized in our previous crew missions have those stickers designating that. The first car will be the one that lacks those stickers. So we have a little bit of a wink there to our previous crew members that will be taking the ride.
Very cool. And one other thing that I think is really interesting, we'll only get a quick glance of it when the crew is getting into the elevator before they go downstairs. But if you look closely, you'll see when they get into the elevator, there will be a poster there with a bunch of signatures on it. And those are signatures of individual people in the NASA and SpaceX teams that have worked to make this ride as safe as possible. These folks take it very seriously that the crew's lives are in their hands, and so it's really special for the crew to see their signatures on the elevator when they step in those doors.
And we do pay attention. There was something similar to that for shuttle, and I hope everyone that signs those, those murals understands that the crew really takes that seriously and is looking for it as well.
That's really special.
We also happen to be celebrating 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station. The very first expedition mission launched in October 2000, delivering American astronaut Bill Shepard and Russian cosmonauts Sergei Krikalev and Yuri Gidzenko to the International Space Station 20 Novembers ago. A NASA contingent was at the launch site in Baikonur and at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolev, just outside Moscow, including one of our own broadcasting the launch on that historic day.
Ignition. T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. We have engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition. We have ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of the Soyuz rocket, beginning the first expedition to the International Space Station and setting the stage for permanent human presence in space.
We want to introduce you now to Kyle Herring, the NASA Public Affairs Officer whose voice you just heard. Kyle, there you are. You called the launch that day. It was October 31st, 2000. And I know you've been involved in human spaceflight and missions way before that and ever since. Now, as we're about to launch long-duration human missions to the space station from U.S. soil on a commercial spacecraft this time, what do you remember about the day it all began?
20 years ago. It's hard to believe, actually. I remember almost everything about that day. And then again, it was almost in real time, like a blur. It was such a huge team that put that launch, not only the broadcast, but obviously the mission together. I was tied to Houston with just a phone line, and that broadcast still serves as kind of the template that we use for Soyuz crewed launches to this day. I was tucked behind the Russian Mission Control Center, the floor where the Russian flight control team that monitors the International Space Station, the Russian segment. I was adjacent to a NASA support team called the Houston Support Group, which is a team of NASA Houston flight controllers with a flight director at the helm of that team as well. Above us was a balcony that overlooked that flight control room floor, and I remember that the adrenaline kind of built as the hour passed by for the broadcast, but everybody's kind of doing a job, and it was a pretty amazing day. And after liftoff, there's really no script at that point. You just follow the milestones.
And Kyle, how does the accomplishment of Expedition 1 compare to what we're watching right now?
It's similar and different at the same time. Expedition 1 was the Pathfinder increment. Even before launch, there was years of work that was done to ensure that they would have a safe and home work environment, if you will, on the station in which to live and operate. After 136 days on the station, Expedition 1 handed to Expedition 2, which had arrived via a space shuttle flight, and that kind of established the template for all of the crew rotations and the augmentations that we've done for ISS increments, and it's been pretty much seamless ever since. And, you know, by the way, the assembly continued around those folks while they continuously worked and lived on board the station at the same time.
And Kyle, I just want to acknowledge we have NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine and SpaceX leadership Gwen Shotwell in the room now to greet the crew, of course, from a safe distance and with their masks on as the crew prepares for walkout. But last question for you. You've been involved in commercial crew since the beginning of the program, and I know you also know these astronauts well. What's it like seeing them suit up, knowing that they will continue to carry the torch that was lit 20 years ago?
Yeah, these four astronauts are very familiar to me. I've been at the Johnson Space Center with NASA for more than 33 years now. It's really rewarding to see their training and their hard work come to fruition. Everything that they have trained for makes today probably seem like another training day to them. I know that their adrenaline and their excitement builds the closer they get to the reality of heading out to that launch pad in just a short while. You know, the commercial crew program was established for this moment. This flight puts the human aspect of the commercial spaceflight industry on display continuously, you know, for the next 6 months while they're up there and even after that. Tonight, engineers that are here on the ground who made this day possible, they're going to pause and enjoy this moment, and then they're going to put their heads back down and start continually working toward the next flights. So, you know, it's just going to keep building and building as we continue to rotate and augment these expeditions. You know, NASA enjoys and recognizes its history. The station's been built and sustained by what I kind of referred to as stepping stones and bridges. All the missions before and those since and those that are going to come will enable the research that's going to continue seamlessly on the International Space Station as NASA moves forward beyond low Earth orbit.
All right, Kyle Herring, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your perspective.
Thanks.
We're going to turn our attention back to the room. We could see the NASA administrator and Gwen Shotwell of SpaceX. They're taking selfies with the crew in there. Nicole, I know you probably weren't taking selfies in the shuttle days. Technology's come a long way since
Not
then.
that old.
Well,
we did selfies and you didn't know if you got it or not.
Got it. Okay.
But this was a really special time because there are people in that room, like I mentioned before, that you want to share it with. We saw them doing pictures with all of the suit up team as well, and it's nice when the administrator and your leadership comes by to wish you on your way too. So
I would also definitely be taking selfies with
Yes.
them if I were in that room for sure. Now we're about 15 minutes away from the crew walkout happening, but I just want to draw a little bit of attention to the preparations that are going on inside the capsule. While the crew members are donning their suits, we have what we call the advance team. We heard a couple call outs for the advance team a little while ago, but essentially the advance team are the people that are now out at the pad doing things like opening that hatch. I did get confirmation that the side hatch is open. We wait as long as possible to do that so that we make sure that the environmental humidity, bugs out here in Florida, we want to keep all those environmental things out. So that side hatch is now open. And that advanced team is also doing stuff like making sure the cabin lights are on, making sure that the individual task lights that the astronauts can use during flight are functional, and yeah, making sure that the cabin is ready to go in preparation for the crew's arrival.
And again,
so like I mentioned, yeah, there's a shot of Falcon 9 live from the pad at 39A now. Like I said, that side hatch is open. The advanced team is making the final preparations inside the cabin, getting ready for the crew to begin their journey out to the pad.
And launch weather today is 50% go. That was the weather at last check. It's actually looking really good downrange, so things look a little iffy around the pad as we get closer to T0 of 727 this evening. But if we can make it past the immediate area, it looks very good for abort conditions. Yeah. And I heard earlier that the forecast for Wednesday, which is obviously the backup day, if we don't make it today, the weather in the immediate area looks really good, but the downrange weather is problematic. So we had 50-50 odds, I think, on Demo 2 launch day. So hopefully the odds will tip in our favor at just the right moment, because this is an instantaneous launch window.
I just received the most recent weather briefing a few minutes ago, and we're still at 50-50, so not better, but not worse.
Okay. And again, it should be just a couple of minutes before the crew departs that room, and I think we're going to get another look inside there. Again, we do have, if we could, I don't know if we could take a look outside of the operations and checkout building, but we have a convoy stationed out there ready to take the crew. There's a look. And again, there are 3 Teslas. The crew will be split up 2 and 2 in the second and third Tesla. Is that right, Kate?
Exactly. Yeah, that first Tesla will have one of our closeout leads as well as 2 suit technicians. So we ensure that the whole suit up crew also transports out to the pad along with our astronauts. Car 2 will have Commander Mike Hopkins as well as Mission Specialist Shannon Walker, as well as our flight surgeon. And then Car 3 will have pilot Victor Glover and Mission Specialist Soichi Noguchi, as well as the second closeout lead. So yeah, quite the cohort that'll be making the ride out to the pad.
There's also something else special that we want to mention. There's a mural. You might have caught a glimpse of it in that earlier shot. But there is a special mural that was commissioned in honor of the Crew-1 astronauts. I'm not sure if we could get a look at that again. There it is. The mural is titled Aspirants. The kids represent the range of ethnicities across the United States and the world, and that they look toward the future that the Crew-1 mission might bring. The artist, Brent DeHono, hinted that the dragon represents an immense prehistoric animal that evokes awe and wonder.
Shannon will be happy.
Yeah, Nicole, I know you've got a special appreciation for art.
Yeah, I'm really, when I look at something like this, I think it's so special because it allows us to communicate with other audiences, right? To bring a little more of that awe and wonder into the whole space exploration thing through something like a mural where we're looking out to space and towards our future.
Okay, so again, we're standing by outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Crew donning their suits is complete. They should be making their way out of the room momentarily. They probably just a few moments ago finished up playing the mysterious card game. Nicole knows about this.
Yeah, another one of these traditions, and yeah, the commander has to beat the chief of the astronaut office in a game of 21 before you can leave the room. So maybe that's what's holding them up.
And we've got our resident social media guru here, Tahira Allen. Tahira, as we're waiting for the crew to walk out, what are folks talking about online?
Thanks, Marie. So before I get into the conversation, I want to note there are already over 200,000 people tuning into the show right now across all of our social platforms. And I've been monitoring the conversation all week, looking at our hashtag Launch America, and that alone is up to 38,000 mentions.
And here they come, walking down the hall.
Oh.
Everyone's looking quite peppy there.
Yeah, so cool. They're looking for people. They're looking for the people that have helped them all along the way, too, and wanting to make eye contact.
Yep. And behind them is that the banner that I talked about. That you couldn't really see it that well, but that banner behind them in the elevator holds the signatures of many of the team members who worked so hard to make sure that this spacecraft and rocket is as safe as possible for this crew. Okay, so we are just moments away from seeing the first multinational Crew Dragon crew exit the operations and checkout building outside here. But before we do, we will pause for America's national anthem performed by country music singer Travis Tritt.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's ragged glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Special thanks to Travis Tripp for that beautiful rendition of America's national anthem. We are now just standing by. This is a view outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Inside here is the historic astronaut crew quarters and suit-up room. There's a look at the doors that the crew will be walking out of any moment now.
And you'll see stickers around that door. I think the crew actually did put their mission sticker up
They
over
did.
the NASA patch over the door the other day.
As we zoom in there, you can see along the door frame even more stickers. I believe there's one sticker from every mission, but I did notice that there was just enough room to put the crew-1 sticker up on.
Oh, here they come.
Here they come. The crew-1 astronauts now beginning their journey to the launch pad ahead of this historic mission to the International Space Station.
Outside the ONC building, we have friends and family gathered there for final goodbyes prior to liftoff with our astronauts.
And that's a very different thing to the shuttle days. The last time we saw our families would have been at what we call the wave across the ditch, you know, the day before launch. And typically for shuttle launches, you would have employees and, you know, people that would come out to wish us well. I think it's a very special thing that the crew's families get that up close and personal right before they get into the crew transport vehicles to the pad.
You notice everyone keeping as a safe distance here, but that distance would be enforced regardless of whether COVID-19 was a factor in what's going on. That distance is maintained regardless. Like I mentioned before, there are 3 Teslas that will be taking our crew out. In the first car, we will have a closeout lead as well as a couple of suit technicians. The second car will be Mike Hawkins and Shannon Walker, as well as our flight surgeon. And then the last car, we will have Victor Glover and Soichi Noguchi, as well as one of our other closeout leads. So like I mentioned before, the suits are assigned, the seats in the capsule are assigned, as well as the seats in the Teslas. There's no fire drills happening here today.
Soichi.
You can hear just some ambient conversations between the crew and their immediate families. Such a special moment for them to have.
Very.
This crew has said a couple of times that Soichi is the funniest one of them all, and that comes out here.
Yeah, you can definitely
Yes,
see
absolutely.
You know, this is all very carefully choreographed. You can see, you see in one of the shots some of the ropes and stanchions, but there are lots of people involved in the planning of where the immediate families are going to stand, where the small contingent of media will stand, especially in COVID times where we have to make sure we're keeping the crew safe and their families safe. They were able to have a little extra time with their families yesterday because we moved off of yesterday as the launch day, so they had a little extra downtime that I imagine was nice for them.
Yeah, you mentioned that everything is very well choreographed. You know, while this is the first time that we're seeing the crew make this journey to the pad on, you know, the day of, fingers crossed we don't have a scrub. They have performed this a number of times, including a dry dress earlier this week. But everything that this crew does is rehearsed many, many times, whether it's putting the suits on or taking them off, or even the operations and activities that they have going on during the mission. Everything is rehearsed and practiced.
I can tell you, though, on the real day, feels a little different.
I have no doubt.
Immediate family members getting a chance to have another moment with the crew before they leave.
And then you'll see some of the folks there in the blue flight suits. Those are astronauts from the astronaut office active that are working as crew support astronauts for the families and the crew members. That's so awesome.
So I mentioned earlier that the Teslas that we utilized in our last crew mission, Demo 2, you can tell which Teslas those are because of the sticker in the lower passenger side front window.
I can't get a good read at the license plate this time, but I remember for Demo 2 they said ISS bound.
Yeah, that's good.
I think another one might say later Earth.
This is Core on countdown 1 for timeline. The crew is departing for the pad on schedule.
All right, so we just heard the call out from the Corps that the crew is departing for the pad, and they are right on schedule. Again, they are leaving the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, now beginning a 20-minute ride, 20 minutes or so across NASA's Kennedy Space Center. They're going to drive right behind where we're sitting. We can't wait for that. And out to Launch Pad 39A. Now, there are scores of people around the world watching and cheering on these four souls, including many team members who helped get the crew here today. Take a look.
This is Stephanie Duncan and the Duncan family from the Commercial Crew program at the Johnson Space Center. NASA, SpaceX, Shannon, Victor, Mike, and our new man, Soichi, you're all an inspiration to us adults and kids around the globe. From Texas to you, Godspeed, and let's launch
Aloha, I'm Gabriella from SpaceX in Boca Chica, Texas. On behalf of the entire Starship production facility and launch site, congratulations to our crew-1 astronauts as well as the SpaceX and NASA teams. Shannon, Victor, Mike, and Soichi, safe travels and best of luck. We hope you enjoy the journey to the International Space Station. Godspeed Falcon 9, go Dragon, go NASA, and thank you for riding with SpaceX.
いつも一番難しいミッションが回ってきて挑戦をやめない野口さん、頑張ってください。日本中が応援してます。
JAXA フライトディレクターの島村です。日本人初民間有人宇宙船に搭乗ということで、全国民が熱い思いで打ち上げの瞬間を待っています。野口さん、頑張ってください。
From the entire Commercial Crew program team, Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Suichi-san, we're looking forward to your flight. Godspeed, resilience, and go Crew 1!
This is Mark Welch from the Commercial Crew Program in Houston. Go Mike, Victor, Shannon, Soichi. Have a great flight to ISS. Go crew-1. Yeah!
Yeah! This is Micah here from the Dragon team at SpaceX. We've all worked tirelessly to build a reliable vehicle for the crew, and now it's time to fly. We hope that they enjoy a totally rad rocket ride aboard Resilient. Go Dragon!
Hey Mike, Shannon, Victor, and Soichi. This is Amber Jacobson from NASA's Space Communications and Navigation Program, better known as SCAN. We're all so excited for your launch, and we'll be working hard down here, making sure you stay connected with Earth. Stay safe, and let's launch America.
Hi, I'm Arden Robertson from NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Congratulations on the first commercial crew rotation mission to the International Space Station. Godspeed and good luck to Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi. Go crew-1!
We love hearing from those team members. It was really great to get the JAXA team included in those messages. Again, we are following the convoy out to launch pad 39A. And we understand that the crew has a ride-out playlist. We tried and tried, could not find out what that playlist was, so I think that's top secret. But we had some conversation amongst ourselves about what they might be listening to. My personal pick would be something from Queen.
And I told you I'm going to steal that because we need to have Don't Stop Me Now going right here.
Yes, that is the perfect going to space song.
Mine would definitely be something by Daft Punk, you know, with the spacesuits looking like futuristic robot aliens. Yeah, I just have to go with Daft Punk for sure.
And as we're watching the crew, this is from we're calling it our chase car. The road is shut down in either direction for the convoy, so we are on the opposite side of the road with a camera, literally, so you can be along with the crew every step of the way. Tahira, I know we had to cut things short earlier, but I imagine there's been a lot of reaction to the things folks are seeing, and I'm sure you've got some thoughts on a playlist as well.
Yeah, oh my goodness. So, I mean, the top sentiments that we're seeing online are just a lot of patriotism and well wishes for the crew. And that ride out playlist question is so fun. I think if I'm awesome enough to be an astronaut, I would definitely be playing Feeling Myself. But I think that's something that we should even pose to the public. So for those of you watching right now, head on over to NASA's Twitter, and we're going to get a question out to ask, what's one song you would absolutely have to have on your ride out playlist to the launch pad? Ladies, I'm very excited to see what comes in, so I'll keep you updated.
So just real quick on that note, I just got notification of the playlist.
Okay, we're all dying to know. What are they listening to right now?
Has great music.
So like we mentioned before, they are in two different vehicles. They're on one playlist. We have songs like Alicia Keys, How It Feels to Fly, Phil Collins, In the Air Tonight, Eminem, Till I Collapse, Van Halen, Right Now. So like a pretty big
that's
mix.
One of my favorites. Yes.
And then in the other vehicle, Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz, Jump also by Van Halen, Uptown Funk from Bruno Mars. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yes. Those are all really good ones. I feel like folks are going to, I don't know, can we make those the choices, Tahira?
I'll let y'all know what comes in.
So Nicole, obviously they're in a pair of Teslas. This is a little different than your ride-out experience. Can you kind of compare, contrast for us?
Well, we rode out in something called the Astrovan, which I thought was really cool too. You know, the silver sleek vehicle that was heading out to the pad. But I don't know. There's something about this ride. You're again. The word surreal comes to mind a lot. You know, you're thinking like, I'm in a vehicle that's driving to a launch pad to take me to space, and it's difficult to believe that could be happening. So
I wonder did it feel any different the first time versus the second time? Because Victor is the first timer here, and the others, it's their second or even third. And there goes the helo that's leading the way. So that's our cue that the convoy is going to be passing by us pretty shortly. Looks like they're turning right now on NASA Causeway.
Yep. Yeah, it's, I think just like launch, on your second time you think, ooh, been there, done that. You're gonna, but I'll tell you what, the adrenaline, the feeling is equally as excited on the second time too.
Okay, I know you're all watching the convoy, and so are we. We're turning around in our chairs because it looks like, is that the first car?
That's probably the lead vehicle there.
I think we see the lead car going by, so we're all turned around in our seats so we can watch them in person.
Yeah.
So something that's really cool, well, I think, we can see in the background there, they're passing the Vehicle Assembly Building, or the VAB, a very famous building here at NASA, and I just think it's so cool that they're literally driving down the road where the shuttle and the Saturns used to come down on the crawler, down there on Crawler Causeway. And there we see them in front of the VAB now.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
So awesome.
All right, so as we're getting an awesome look right behind us of the crew passing by the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, among those of you following along on NASA TV and online are a very special group of folks, some who the crew might even recognize. Take a look.
Hello, we are aerospace engineers from the University of Illinois, Mike Hopkins' alma mater. The University of Illinois family would like to wish Mike the very best on his launch and mission to the International Space Station. You're a huge inspiration to all of us. ILL!
What's up, everyone? My name is Aman Asfal from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, Victor Glover's alma mater. I and my fellow students from Cal Poly want to wish Victor and all of Crew 1 a safe launch and wonderful mission to the International Space Station. You're an inspiration to us all, and thank you for representing Cal Poly well.
Hi, I'm Ryan Udell from Rice University Students for the Exploration and Development of Space.
And I am Fanny Pandiao with Rice's Society of Women in Space Exploration.
All Rice Owls wish Shannon Walker and her crewmates a safe launch.
And a successful mission to the International Space Station.
Fly high, Shannon!
Hi, this is Ryuki Matsubara from the University of Tokyo School of Engineering. So Ichi, you are a huge inspiration to us all. We are wishing you and your crewmates safe flight and can't wait to see you in space. どうかお気をつけていってらっしゃいませ。
Hey guys, it's me Ryan from Philadelphia, and today I'm going to say have a safe trip. Go NASA, go SpaceX, go Crew 1.
Hi, this is Rob Blevins at the Discovery Center in Springfield, Missouri. We want to thank Mike, Shannon, Victor, and Suichi for helping inspire the next generation of scientists and astronauts to go make history like you're going to do today. Go NASA, go SpaceX, go make history!
Hi everybody, I'm NASA astronaut Drew Feustel, and I'm here with my fellow astronauts to wish Crew 1 a successful and exciting ride to the International Space Station on the SpaceX Dragon. We're excited to see you launch in space. Congratulations to Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Suichi Noguchi on this historic flight. We can't wait to see you in space. Go Crew 1! Yeah! Go Crew 1!
All right, the crew is continuing to make their way to Launch Pad 39A. We're at T-minus 3 hours and 3 minutes. So in about 8 minutes or so, we should hear the announcement of the crew arriving at the pad. Loved hearing those shout outs from those folks. I think that little girl was my favorite. But Nicole, I know the first time you saw that video, you got to see a lot of familiar faces from the astronaut corps.
Yeah, it's fun, you know. The other words I'll use a lot today are living vicariously. I can tell you every single one of the people in that picture were. It's pretty cool.
And now with the eyes of so many around the world watching, the crew is nearing their next milestone. At this point, the convoy is approaching pad 39A and entering what is known as the BDA, or blast danger area. Before any pad technicians, engineers, or astronauts enter this area around the launch pad, the SpaceX and NASA teams have to do internal go, no-go polls to make sure everything is clear and it's safe to approach.
This view that we have now, I just love it. This is the pad where humans went to the moon. This is pad 39A. And originally built in the 1960s to support the Saturn V for the Apollo program. It was then upgraded to support the shuttle program. SpaceX signed the lease for it in 2014, made some upgrades ourselves. It might look a little different. We did remove the rotating service structure, but the heart, the bones of the fixed service structure from the shuttle days is still there. We made some modifications and safety improvements. You know, the salty air here can be quite corrosive, but
sure.
As you know, something that is also a little different, the hangar that is built there allows us to do the integration much closer to the pad itself than in the shuttle and the shuttle and the Saturn V Apollo days. So it's really neat to see them. They're approaching now, driving up onto the pad, and I just love thinking about everything that has happened here and appreciate that we have the opportunity to continue human spaceflight from such a historic location.
Yeah, it really strikes me that the last time we saw this happening was, you know, back in the spring with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley making this approach onto the pad, and we saw them kind of lean back after they got out of the cars, looking up to try to just take in the height and the grandeur of the pad, knowing that they were about to get on a rocket that was going to come to life. And now we have a full crew of 4, and it's just spectacular to know what is just around the corner for them.
Mm-hmm. From their standpoint, standing out there on the pad, they have to look up about 70 meters, considering everything that's holding the rocket up. And
I think that's part of the awe of it, though, too, is that you have to, I mean, you really have to kind of bend back. It's not easy to bend back in those suits and look up like that, but you want to take it in a little bit. I know I heard Soichi earlier echo this sentiment that you get out to the pad on launch day, and it's absolutely like the vehicle is already alive, even before you take off. It's huffing and puffing a little bit, a little bit of smoke or, steam coming out of there, and it's ready to go as well. And I know I love what you're talking about too, Kate, with the transformation of the pad. I think I was very fortunate to fly both times out of 39A on Discovery, and I don't know, on the one side you want the pad just to stay the way it was, when you went, but absolutely that as it's changing, that new opportunities are opening up. It's allowing us to get back to space on a new vehicle and, look to the future of space exploration.
Yeah.
I mean, the pad has to change just like everything else does.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the shuttle program was the spaceflight program of my childhood, and there's absolutely nostalgia associated with that service structure. And but to see the transformation take place and to see all of the upgrades that have been incorporated, not only to allow Falcon 9 to fly from here, but also Falcon Heavy, it's really mind-blowing in many ways.
Yeah. And for folks that may be wondering, the reason why we don't see the crew right now, we saw them pull up to the base of the pad. They have an opportunity for a bio break before they get into the elevator. That's, something you can't overlook, important stop you have to make. So we're giving them a chance to do that. And then we will probably hear the official call out that the crew has arrived at the pad at T-minus 2:55. So that's coming up in about 3 minutes or so. And one other thing, Kate, for folks that maybe aren't familiar with the operational timeline for Falcon 9, there's no fuel in the rocket yet, right? That process hasn't started yet. For Crew Dragon, it's a little bit different, but can you explain that process for folks who might not be familiar with it?
Yeah, absolutely. So in order to make sure that the 9 Merlin engines have the best performance possible, we wait as long as we can to begin.
This is Core on Countdown 1 for timeline. All personnel have arrived at the pad on schedule.
All right, good call there, confirming that we are on schedule. So as I was saying, yeah, we want to make sure that the 9 Merlin engines have the best performance possible, and in order to do that, we use super densified, super chilled liquid oxygen. So the colder you get the liquid oxygen, the more of those oxygen molecules you can pack in. So we get better performance by having more oxidizer, and so we basically wait, and you know, in the larger timeline of things, it seems like last minute, but it's around the T minus 35 minute mark that we will begin that prop loading on first and second stages with liquid oxygen and RP1, which is our rocket grade kerosene, basically.
And Crew Dragon, though, has already been fueled.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the capsule itself, yeah.
Right.
So the Dragon capsule use hypergolic fuels that are instantaneously combustible. So that's why they're great for a spacecraft, because you don't need an ignition source. You just put the two together, the fuel and the oxidizer, and they combust. So yeah, those hypergolic fuels were loaded onto the capsule earlier in the week. Actually, it might have been last week. I'm losing track of the days at this point.
I know.
But yeah, that is all done prior to integration. That's all done in an area called Dragonland down the street. And then, yeah, so the capsule then gets integrated onto the trunk, and then we transport that here to 39A, and then we then integrate the trunk and capsule on top of the second stage.
And we had what is called a dry dress rehearsal of this entire process without fueling the rocket. That's why it's called dry dress, because there's no fuel involved. But that happened on Thursday. So I'm mixing up my days like you, Kate.
We all are.
Today's Sunday, right? Yeah. So Thursday there was a dry dress rehearsal where they went through this whole process from. Sorry, it sounds like we were starting to hear a call, so I don't want to step on that. Okay, so to recap, we had a dry dress rehearsal on Thursday where the teams went through the entire process, starting in the suit up room of suit up right up to the pad. They ingressed Dragon, closed the hatch, and then they simulated a scrub up an hour or so before the simulated launch time. So that is the last opportunity. I think, Nicole, during shuttle days, they called it the TCDT.
Yep.
And I can't remember what that stands for.
Terminal countdown test. Yeah.
There you go.
Dry run.
And how important is that final opportunity to do that before the real thing?
I think it's really important, and over time we found it was so that we are continuing it now, right? There's something about having the team in that, really in that launch mode. Real vehicle at the pad, shortly before the actual time is going to come to run through these things, and to give the crew an opportunity, like you said, at about an hour before, to run through what it would be like if they needed to scrub and, kind of that final countdown and get, to their escape baskets or down to the base of the pad and out of harm's way. So just get your head kind of in the right place.
Yep. And we actually had a scrub with Bob Benkin and Doug Hurley. The first launch attempt for Demo 2 was May 27th. We ended up not going until May 30th. But that first day, scrub happened at all the way down to, it was like T minus 17 minutes.
Yeah.
And so Falcon 9 was still, was well into the fueling process, and the crew can't egress from the capsule until the
vehicle is offloaded.
Right. Got to offload all that fuel. So hopefully we won't be in a situation like that today, 50-50. We'll see. But here they are. The astronauts have begun to emerge from their bio break. And I'm not sure which pair this is.
I think that might be Victor and Suichi.
You have better eyes than I do, Kate.
I think that might be Shannon. Yeah, I think that's Shannon.
I'm sorry,
on the right.
Shannon, yeah.
Okay, Victor and Shannon. So they are getting inside the elevator.
Oh,
this is the same elevator Nicole's on.
Yes, it is.
So I mentioned before that we have something called the advanced team. And when I learned about this...
Okay, that's Mike and Shannon.
When I learned about the advanced team, they are responsible for, like I said before, making sure the hatch is open, the cabin has communications and lights. They're also responsible for making sure that someone has the elevator keys.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't just get in there.
Yeah.
The devil's in the details.
For sure. Now, when the astronauts ascend here, just as in the olden days, the levels of the tower are not marked 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. They are marked by foot height. So they press the 255-foot button and ride to the top.
Okay, and here's our first look at that level where they come out of the elevator. Now they're going to make their way around because they have a handful of stairs to climb to get up to the level where the crew access arm is. That's that long suspended walkway. So here they go up the steps.
Got to work for it.
Yeah, right. Well, they've made it this far. What's a couple more steps?
Oh, look how beautiful.
It's been a long time since I've had the privilege of being up there and seeing that view up in person, but it is just, words don't do it justice.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a view. You can see the NASA worm, and on the far end, that is where the phone is. Nicole, can you talk about the significance of the phone there?
Yeah, and I think they've maintained the same original phone, like
Yes.
the big handset, and it was one last opportunity to, call your family before loading up into the vehicle. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I love that NASA and now NASA and SpaceX have maintained these personal touches to the humans that are part of human spaceflight. I think it's really, really important that we do those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. And one other thing that you'll notice are the white arrows pointing towards us on the camera, and that's not just for design. There's a very
Although
those are
cool.
very it does look cool, but that they're very intentional. Okay, and so this will be Victor and Soichi.
Yeah.
Now approaching the pad. So Mike and Shannon got a head start. Victor and Soichi are making their way to the elevator now. I wonder if they're going to stop and
they gotta
strain, or maybe they've already done that to get a look up.
Here they go. It's kind of like the pre-flight, right? The walk around your vehicle before you get in and fly.
Yeah, I feel like this one carries a little more weight.
Yeah, yeah. Incredible.
I really want to come up with a name for the move that they have to do when they turn and bend and look back.
Yeah, it's the don't fall backwards move.
Yeah.
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 And we're having a lot of fun here. We know the crew is having a blast. There they are.
Again.
I knew they were going to do it. But this is they must have so much adrenaline pumping through them, because when you are getting on top of a rocket, your life is at stake. And that's not something that any of the people involved in this mission from start to finish take for granted or take lightly. The folks who work on this program take that responsibility to heart. And like you said, Nicole, I mean, when you're talking about the relationships with the people in the suit-up room, they have those relationships with people across the NASA and SpaceX teams. They walk the factory floor in Hawthorne, and the people that work this mission, they know the astronauts and they see them as their own family. Here's a look inside the crew access arm from the inside.
I love this shot. Yeah. When this was being designed, it was definitely a forward-thinking design that we went with. We really wanted it to encapsulate the experience of the next era of spaceflight, really wanting to make it look futuristic, as with the suits and the capsule itself. Very sleek and elegant.
Okay, so here's Victor and Soichi. The last shot inside the access arm was Mike and Shannon. So they're standing now inside the white room. We're going to explain a little bit more about that in a minute, but you can see the side hatch of Dragon open, and that is where they are going to ingress or climb inside in about 13 minutes if things are on schedule. Yeah. They're signing the wall there. Kate, can you explain what they're doing there with the signatures?
So we just saw Mike's.
The crew has arrived at the white room on schedule.
All right, good core call there. Just notifying everyone that the crew has arrived on time. We now see Shannon adding her signature to the wall. So in keeping with tradition, we painted this room white, and the advanced team, once again, I'll talk about them. Part part of their responsibility, also making sure that there's a Sharpie on hand so that crew members can add their names to our signature wall. Bob and Doug did this prior to their flight, and I love that this is really the last thing you do before you get in our spaceship. I just love that there's an opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the list of names grow over time.
It's going to be spectacular to see. Well, you know, if everything goes as planned, we'll have the next group of 4 signing their names there in the spring with Crew 2.
Mm-hmm.
And on Crew 2, one of your crew members will be, you know, Megan MacArthur-Bankin, wife of Bob, who flew DM2.
You know, they are my definition of a power couple, and I'm here for it. I love it. I'm really excited to see what the seat assignments will be, because it'd be really cool if she was sitting in the same position as he was inside the capsule for her mission.
Oh, there's a wave.
Yeah.
This is so exciting for Soichi, and I know he has some extended family who couldn't be here in Florida for the launch, but hopefully they're getting the opportunity to watch from Japan. And I'm trying to think of what time it is there now. It's early Monday morning, so if they set their alarm clocks early enough, they'll have a chance to.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
So I think at this point in time, Victor is making that last family phone call.
Mm-hmm. And Kate, we started to talk about the arrows, and then Hi. I feel like he's watching us.
Well, you know, that's so awesome that he's doing that, because I think we had talked about this once before, where in the White Room before, because with Shuttle, we didn't have that like last meet and greet kind of thing at the O&C before getting in the vehicles. We knew the cameras were there, we knew our families were watching, and we would do like little secret hand signals to our spouses and kids.
Okay.
And they'd know it was coming. You couldn't say anything, but you could do the little love you thing.
Sign language, yeah. But the arrows, I know you can't see them on the screen right now, but we've mentioned them a couple times. Those are for emergency egress. If for any reason the crew had to get out of the capsule, get out of the White Room, and get away from the pad in a hurry, that is the arrows that show them go this way, essentially.
And you need something like that because, you know, depending on the situation, you might actually have some smoke or the water deluge system going. And so you tip your head down, you look at the floor, you grab each other and go.
Yeah. And if we were to do a quick exit from the tower, we utilize basically baskets that are on zip lines and they slide down the wire to safety.
And you can see on your screen the crew beginning the ingress process already. So our timeline has this happening at T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes. So it looks like they may just be starting that a little bit early. There are, of course, 4 astronauts who have to ingress. So this doesn't happen in an instant. It's a process, but obviously that process has begun.
So we see some of the suit technicians there assisting them to get into their seat, making sure that the boots are able to lock into position on the footrest appropriately, making sure once again that all the zippers are in the right place, and making sure that we're able to do all the checkouts necessary, both in terms of environmental controls, but also communication audio as well.
And I wasn't sure, do we have Mike and Shannon already inside? Okay,
Yeah,
so Mike and
both in
Shannon
there.
are already inside, and Victor and Soichi have not made their way into the White Room yet. They're finishing up their phone calls. And so again, crew ingress is just a spaceflight term for getting inside the spacecraft. So Mike Hopkins and Shannon Walker have ingressed Crew Dragon. You can see the bottom of one of their legs inside the open hatch there. And Victor Glover and Soichi Noguchi looks like are now making their way. They're starting to move. They will be walking down the crew access arm. There's the outside of it, so they're making their way down that hallway as we speak, and they'll be stopping in the White Room in just a moment.
You know, it's hard to see in that shot, but I'm very happy to say that we got blue skies and a couple of puffy white clouds working with us. So while it might look a little overcast on the screen, we're pretty happy with what we've got at the moment.
And you can see the little shadows of them moving along through the windows into the White Room. Almost there.
Okay, there they are. So this is, again, a look inside the White Room. It's not a very big space. It's pretty tight, but that's by design. Okay, so while Victor and Soichi are getting a chance to sign their names to the inside of the White Room, we want to recap just a little bit. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew-1 mission, today sending 4 astronauts into orbit on a mission to the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi are flying on a 6-month mission to the International Space Station. Good afternoon and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Marie Lewis, Public Affairs Officer for NASA.
And I'm Kate Tice, Senior Certification Engineer at SpaceX. Happy to be bringing you live coverage of the Crew-1 mission from Kennedy Space Center. Joining us is retired NASA astronaut Nicole Stott, who has flown twice on the shuttle, so pretty exciting to have you here with us. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice to be here today with you, ladies.
And again, the crew has already arrived at Pad 39A, where Falcon 9 will lift off from 7:27 p.m. Eastern, and Victor Glover and Soichi Noguchi are standing inside the White Room. Mike Hopkins and Shannon Walker are already inside Crew Dragon.
Yeah, so it looks like we're fitting up the earpieces now and just doing a couple final checks. They have ascended the tall structure next to the rocket, known as the fixed service structure, and they've walked down that futuristic-looking corridor known as the crew access arm.
And so now they are about halfway through the process of boarding Dragon, so it looks like possibly a little bit ahead of schedule. Our crew members, they're making their final stop. Again, this is the White Room, and the White Room is this small space at the end of the crew access arm that provides entry into Crew Dragon. And as Kate mentioned earlier, this is the last place the crew will be on Earth before stepping into the spacecraft for their ride to the International Space Station.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, the term White Room it has a little bit of history. It was first used during the NASA Gemini missions, where the room right before entering into the spacecraft was painted white. So we love traditions when we've continued this one by painting ours white as well. Like Marie said, it is a pretty small area, and it has just enough room for the crew and a couple of ground support members to allow them to complete late cargo load at T-minus 24 hours. And then, of course, what we were just witnessing, crew ingress, running a little bit ahead of schedule at T-minus 39 minutes, 2 hours and 39 minutes. And ingress is how we refer to boarding on top of Crew Dragon.
Now, inside the White Room where we're looking, there is a movable platform that gets extended out to the capsule, and that helps bridge the gap between the crew access arm and the Dragon's side hatch. And this allows for easy entry into the spacecraft. As you might expect, it's environmentally controlled so that the Dragon side hatch can be opened, while at the same time keeping dust, dirt, that nasty Florida humidity out of the capsule to make sure it is just in pristine condition for the crew. There is also a large seal that gets inflated and compressed against the capsule to make sure that we can maintain these clean environments.
Yeah, so this is all really exciting to watch. Like I mentioned, you saw them take part in that tradition that we've mentioned a couple of times and it began with our Demo 2 crew of NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. They signed the wall of the room to mark that they are now part of the select few who will have launched after leaving this room. So the White Room also has lots of other tools that are utilized in order to open the side hatch and complete crew ingress, as well as allowing them to prepare for any contingency or emergency that might be encountered. So, as we're waiting for our last crew member to hop inside Crew Dragon, let's check back in with Jesse and Leah back at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. How's it going over there, Jesse?
Everything is going good. We are so excited watching Ingress right now.
Yeah, so as Jesse just mentioned, this is ingress. That means the astronauts are entering the Dragon capsule. That's a spaceflight term, and you'll hear a lot of these space terms in the coming hours and days. Ingress is what we use when crew members are getting into a spacecraft or airlock, and egress means the opposite. They're exiting. But before climbing into the capsule today, the crew completed a foreign object debris check, also known as FOD check. That means they themselves have to be inspected for any substance or debris that isn't supposed to be on them or their suits, which could potentially cause damage to Dragon.
To help protect against debris, the crew has covers on their boots and as well as their umbilical port on their suits that need to be removed before they ingress. So they've been doing that. Victor is up next or last, completing that FOD check. And once the FOD check is complete, Mike Hopkins, our commander, first ingressed, and then Shannon Walker, Suichi Noguchi, and now we are waiting for Victor Glover, actually watching him enter the vehicle right now. And they are now getting buckled in and attaching their umbilicals to their suits. The suit techs are there helping if as needed. The umbilicals allow the crew to have comms through their suit, air to help keep them cool, as well as delivers nitrox for suit pressurization. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization.
I love this view inside Crew Dragon, and as you saw, there are 4 seats configured right now, and they're numbered 1 to 4 from right to left when you're looking at the seats. Mike Hopkins is in seat 2, that's the commander's seat, and then Victor Glover will be beside him in seat 3. That for Crew Dragon is the pilot seat. Soichi Noguchi is in seat 1, and Shannon Walker is in seat 4. Now directly in front of them, which you can see here, are 3 displays which they'll use throughout the flight, getting insight into Dragon systems, seeing any alerts or issues with the vehicle, and if required, they can take control and manually fly Dragon.
And coming up, the crew will do a comm check to make sure that they can hear mission control, and then their seats will be rotated into position for launch. But right now, they are finishing getting buckled in and getting their suits connected to those custom seats.
Some of those things to listen for when we're doing those comm checks. They'll be doing comm checks through multiple paths to Dragon. They'll do some through TDRS, that's our tracking data and relay satellite system. We also use that for communications with the International Space Station. And then you'll hear ground. That refers to several ground stations around the globe that SpaceX had. And upon liftoff, those ground stations will be able to provide telemetry from Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. There's also about a half a dozen checks to ensure everybody's ready in here. You can see those suit-up crew. I've heard people call them the ninjas before. I think it's a pretty apt name. But they are checking to make sure the suits are ready. They're helping them connect the umbilicals. They're buckling them in. They're also assisting with those leak and comm checks. So they each have a very individual and specific role. And we just stepped through this a couple of days ago for the dry dress. Every single detail, we stepped through it, from buckling up to connecting the umbilicals, even the comm checks. So it's kind of like run 2,
right?
But really day 1.
Little deja vu, but it's all very, very organized. Doing the practice runs helps make sure. This helps make sure that everything goes smoothly. On the day of launch, like today. It looks like almost everybody's all buckled in, just finishing up with Victor. Comm check should occur once everybody's already buckled in, so.
A lot of excitement. Really cool to see 4 crew members. Just saw a wave from Shannon there in that far left seat.
right, well, let's check in with John Innsbrucker for the latest with the health of both vehicles. What's the update so far, John?
Well, we've got just over 2.5 hours remaining in the countdown for the launch of Falcon 9 with Dragon on the Crew-1 mission to the space station. Right now, the Dragon launch ops team has completed their major activities to prepare the spacecraft for the astronauts. Checkouts of major systems are complete, including the escape system. And as you can see, ingress of the astronauts is well underway, getting Victor strapped in right now. No issues are in work. And right now, we're listening, waiting for comm checks with the crew and the ground coming up here shortly. On the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9 team is located in Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center at KSC. They're settling in for final checkouts and propellant loading and launch. They'll be doing comm checks with the crew, and that'll happen about T-minus 2 hours. Currently, all systems are go on the Falcon 9 launch vehicle. The range continues to report no problems. The weather forecast continues to be acceptable. We're watching the upper altitude rain showers if they're in the trajectory of the vehicle. Also watching thick cloud rule and keeping the fingers crossed. We're also looking at weather around the world. We need to make sure conditions are acceptable if Dragon has to splash down in the Atlantic in case of an escape. And we're also monitoring contingency splashdown locations if the crew had to come back to Earth before docking with the space station. Now, if this were to happen, SpaceX and NASA are coordinating with the U.S. Coast Guard to ensure crew safety upon splashdown. And that includes extra ships and air assets to patrol a 10 nautical mile keep-out zone. This will help mitigate safety concerns for any boaters who are approaching the launch area. As the clock continues to count down, all systems are go at T-minus 2 hours, 31 minutes. And let's head back over to Jesse and Leah, who are also here in Hawthorne, as we wait for the comm checks with the crew.
Thanks, John. Sounds like everything is looking good so far. We're getting really excited here. And the astronauts are still wrapping up, buckling in, and getting their suits connected to their seats.
Definitely ahead of schedule today, though, so that's a good sign. And as we mentioned, we're really standing by for those comm checks with the crew. Some of the people you'll hear talking with the crew during those comm checks are the core, which we've mentioned. That's the crew operations and resources engineer. They're here in Hawthorne. We have a similar position at NASA called the Capcom. That's the person who really takes the, oh, and there's the core right there. That's the person who really takes all of the information that's happening down on the ground and relays it to the crew so it's coming from one location. Additionally, there's the LD, that's the launch director. They're down in Florida and they're overseeing all of the countdown operations. The mission director, or the MD, is also here in Hawthorne in mission control, and that's the overall flight lead for SpaceX. So those are some of the people that you will hear speaking with the crew during their comm checks today.
Once they're all finished getting buckled in, those seats will also rotate into launch position. Right now, it does look like they're a little further away from those display panels, but once they rotate backwards, those display panels will be right in front of them and easy to access.
Just under 2.5 hours now, too, before we launch today. As John and I mentioned, weather's still looking good. Just a little bit about the vehicle they're on itself. Crew Dragon and its trunk are about 27 feet tall. That's from the tip of the nose cone to the base of the trunk. Under that nose cone, we have bulkhead thrusters. Those will be used for some of the burns after the crew are already on orbit. And once they launch today, as we mentioned, it's going to take about 27.5 hours until they arrive at their destination on the space station. That allows them to get a little bit of a sleep period, because at some point, obviously, you get a little too tired. We want to make sure our astronauts are cognizant and fully focused on the mission. And so after a really long day today, they're going to get to sleep for about 8 hours tonight before waking up tomorrow, continuing on with the mission, and then docking with the International Space Station.
And again, we are standing by for those comm checks. This is just to make sure that their comm path does work properly before liftoff, making sure that they can hear the core here in Hawthorne.
Just a high-level look at some of the other milestones that will be coming up over these next 2.5 hours. The next big milestone will be the hatch closure. We'll be looking for that around T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes. And then at 45 minutes before launch will be the go, no-go for propellant load. So there's not any propellant on the first or second stage of Falcon 9 right now, but they'll begin loading some densified kerosene, and then the oxidizer is some liquid oxygen. That will be loaded onto the Crew Dragon up until just a few minutes before launch, or loaded onto Falcon 9, I should say.
And again, we are still waiting for those comm checks. Looks like the crew is almost done getting all strapped in, their suits connected to their custom seats. Shortly, we will do comm checks as well as have their seats rotated back into launch position.
And that launch position also gives them a really good view of those 3 main displays, which aren't used for them to command the mission. It's really for them to monitor where they're at, monitor how the vehicle is doing. They can take control if need be. However, this is an autonomous vehicle, so after launch today, they should just be along for the ride until we get to docking tomorrow.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon. We are ready for comm checks, 1.3 of 4.100.
Copy. Stand by for umbilical comm check. CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
Comm checks here shortly.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon on umbilical. Commander has you loud and clear. PLT, umbilical, loud and clear. MS1, umbilical, loud and clear.
MS2, umbilical, loud and clear.
And core, copy. 4 good comm checks, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Stand by for ground station comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check over ground stations.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon. Have you loud and clear on ground station.
And core, I've got you loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for Tejas comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check over Tejas.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon. Have you loud and clear over Tejas.
Copy, have you loud and clear as well. Tejas comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD, this is Dragon on countdown 1, loud and clear.
Afternoon, Resilience, got you loud and clear as well. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD, this is Dragon, loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Copy, loud and clear. Standing by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD, this is Dragon on countdown 1. Have you loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks over Dragon to ground. LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
And LD, this is Dragon. Have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
LD, loud and clear. Good luck, Resilience crew.
Copy and thank you.
Okay, Resilience. That concludes our launch configuration comm checks. Please report when you are ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Dragon copies and inward.
And sounds like we just completed comm checks. Sounds like everything is good to go. So we're going to head back over to KSC with Marie.
We are now getting an up-close look at a full-scale mock-up of Crew Dragon. And Kate, the astronauts are sitting inside a Crew Dragon that's very much like this one. Can you kind of give us a layout of what we're looking at here?
Yeah. So this is an exact replica, a 1-to-1 scale of Crew Dragon. So you can kind of see size-wise the amount of room that our four crew members have to move around. While this isn't the exact training module that they use to train in, as I've mentioned before, our crew trains at SpaceX extensively prior to flight. They use a mock-up similar to this one for things very detailed, such as running procedures inside the capsule, but also something as simple as practicing getting in and out, going through the side hatch. Especially in a spacesuit, that could be a little clunky. Nicole, you flew on shuttle twice. I'm sure you had training and modules similar.
We did, and you know what's really exciting for crew members is once you start doing a lot of training in the mock-ups, you know you're close to flying in space, so you really get excited about that. I don't know, I look at this and it's really neat to me to be just up close and personal with even with a mock-up of the spacecraft. But you know, I look at it and there's things that are certainly familiar, like a window. Thankfully there's windows, but what is some of the other stuff we're seeing on here, these, you know, these silver little ovals? And I know that's the hatch, but what else are we looking at here?
So these are the ports for our Draco thruster system. As I've mentioned before, Dragon is capable of steering itself in space, and that onboard propulsion system is here. These are the Draco thruster ports that are utilized during in-flight and orbit maneuvers. Over here on the side, we have the Super Draco system, which is basically a super-powered high-flow system, and those are only utilized in an abort scenario. So we talked a little bit about escape procedures. Those Super Dracos will not be firing on a nominal day, but they're important to have, as you know, they give the crew a path to safety if necessary.
And we just heard the call for seat rotation. So that means that the crew, their seats are being rotated into position for launch. So we are going to send it over to NASA's Daryl Nail. He is at the OSB-2 viewing location with Kennedy Center Director Bob Cabana. Daryl?
Right, thank you, Marie, and thank you for the tour of the Dragon space capsule. And I am here with Bob Cabana, director of the Kennedy Space Center. Thanks for being here, Bob. And this is the Kennedy interview desk, and we are in the shadow of a little bit of cool hardware ourselves, the vehicle assembly building, which looks outstanding.
Doesn't it? It's got a new, we touched it up a little. We repainted the flag and the NASA meatball and the sides of it. We got it all spiffed up for this history-making day.
Excellent.
You know, it's another great day at the Kennedy Space Center, America's premier multi-user spaceport. We're making history.
You'd like to talk about that.
First FAA commercial licensed launch of crew to the International Space Station.
And to that point, why is that important for Kennedy?
Well, it's important because we're trying to establish a commercial economy in low Earth orbit, all right? We want to be one of many customers. So by us flying crews to the International Space Station on an FAA launch, licensed flight, it opens up the door for other people to fly up there.
Right.
Other commercial customers.
Yeah. So I saw you down there with the crew getting out, and they were walking out to their cars.
Yeah, they look great. They're excited.
I think I saw you were holding your phone, getting some shots.
I did. I got, you know, I kind of admit I'm a little bit of a space nerd.
Well, hey, listen, I mean, you've been to space 4 times, so you understand what these folks are going through right now. I mean, it's getting real. These seats are articulating up. You can see it moving right now, Bob, as they get into position there. Yeah. This must be a moment where it kind of gets real.
Oh, yeah. Once you're strapped in, and wait till they close the hatch, then it's really real.
Is that the moment it clicks?
Yeah, then it's like, okay, we're inside this thing, we're going. You know,
what's the feeling? What kind of goes through your head?
So it depends on different. I mean, on my first flight, what absolutely went through my head was, I don't want to screw this up. I want to make sure I don't make any mistakes.
Yeah.
I mean, I was really focused on making sure that I did everything absolutely perfect. And you don't know what to expect. First off, no simulator on Earth can prepare you for what it's like to ride a rocket into space. I mean, you practice everything, but man, it just gets up and goes. That acceleration, that force pushing you back in the seat, it's something else. And so not knowing what that's going to be like, there's a little bit of anticipation. You know, when you go a second and third time, then you got a little more idea of what to expect, and you can relax a little bit more. But so there's anticipation of what is this going to be like? What is this going to feel like?
And you would think there's some nerves there, right, just naturally in this moment. But these 4 astronauts, they also ate extremely well. So I hope that the nerves don't get them too much. They ate well because they were at the astronaut crew quarters. You've been hosting them for the past week.
Sure.
And tell me about what they got to eat. Like
anything they wanted.
That's great. On the menu, whatever you want. I heard like New York strip steak, basmati rice.
Yeah, whatever.
There was some dressing thrown in.
Yeah. No, life in crew quarters is good. Yeah. With there's one crew. We used to have a motto in crew quarters: eat till you're sleepy and sleep till it's time you're hungry.
That's a good way to leave. I'm surprised you can get them out there to get on the rocket with that kind of living.
So that's why you don't want to spend too much time in crew quarters. No, but we do a great job protecting our astronauts from keeping them healthy. But it's not about it's just amazing what we do. I would trade places with any one of them in a heartbeat. I'm really proud of these guys, and I'm proud of what we've accomplished as a nation to have this commercial crew program. Kathy Leaders and her team have just done an outstanding job getting Bob and Doug Hurley up there and home safely, paving the way for this first flight under contract with SpaceX. Yeah. This is the future, and we want to get Boeing flying too. They're right over here building the CST-100. We got to have them have a successful flight so that we have dissimilar redundancy, so that we can get crews to and from the International Space Station.
Their test launch right around the corner next year in 2021. Bob Cabana, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate your insight as always. Bob
Thanks
Cabana
for having me, Daryl.
Flew into space 4 times, folks. So between me and him, we have 4 flights into space. There you go. We'll send it back to you guys. Tahira.
Hey, Daryl, thank you so much. So right now we've got about 300,000 people tuning in across all of our social channels. That's about 100,000 more from when we last checked in. And ladies, I am seeing some great comments coming in online, and I've got a few I want to show you. So this first one is, she says, I've always heard NASA astronauts talk about steak and eggs for breakfast, but this is the first time I've heard of curry rice. Love this, and just a huge thank you to astronaut Soichi for sharing this tradition with us. And let's take a look at another one. So we've got this user saying this is like watching Apollo 11. This will make history, and a private company sending humans to space with a reusable rocket. The future is now. So, and again, Marie, people have been super curious about what the zero gravity indicator is going to be on today's flight. I was wondering if you could maybe give us a hint.
Okay, so I know what it's going to be. Nicole knows. I think Kate might know. We're not allowed to say yet, but I can tell you to keep your eye out. It will make an appearance at some point, but it's a surprise. It's special.
Even
it's
better.
Be great.
Have to tune in. So, and ladies, we're hearing about the larger crew size in the capsule today, and I think that's super fun to think about of those at home. So I think we're going to pose the question to the public to see how big is their dream space crew. And we'll make this a poll, and so I'll share the results with you later on in the show. But Nicole, you're the only one up here that's actually been to space and on a few different crew sizes. Do you have a preferred number?
Well, 6 seemed to be the number for me, and I think if I could add my family members on top of that, that would be outstanding.
Oh, I agree. And room for pets.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So, ladies, over the past month, we've also been asking users on social media to show us how they're getting excited for today's launch, and we've received some amazing submissions from around the world. Take a look at these.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
And SpaceX Sister Dragon, we show a nominal check.
I mean, there you have it. People from around the world are just engaged with this launch.
All right, thanks to Hira, and thanks to all of you following along. Keep sending us your submissions, how you're watching. We love seeing those. So we had seat rotation and comm checks, and we want to learn a little bit more about the crew before we get into hatch closure. This will be the second space flight.
5.2 at 4.100. We are ready for Dragon hatch closure.
Okay, so we just heard the
I'll
call.
be ready for hatch closure, and we'll keep you posted as that progresses.
Okay, so we heard the call that they're ready for hatch closure. So we're going to pause for just a moment. So if you've been following along, we actually heard the call out and saw seat rotation happen just, I think it was a couple of minutes earlier than we had on our timeline. Okay, so hatch closure is coming up, but in the meantime, we want to learn a little bit more about Crew Dragon Commander Mike Hopkins. He is a U.S. Air Force colonel, and here's a little bit more about the Missouri native who's already logged 166 days in space.
Sitting on the launch pad is definitely a moment that you're always thinking about, right? That's one of the more critical phases of the flight, as you can imagine. You're very focused in, right? It can be a very emotional time. You're kind of pinching yourself because it's hard to believe that you're finally there.
Born in Lebanon, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and a flight test engineer. He was selected as an astronaut in 2009. He spent 166 days on the International Space Station, introducing NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins.
You know, it's funny. I mean, a lot of times people think of the dream of being an astronaut as something that a kid would have. And I remember when my wife and I first started dating at the University of Illinois, and I told her that I wanted to be an astronaut. She laughed at me and kind of said, "Are you serious?" But at the same time, she stuck with me throughout the years, and to have that dream come true is pretty amazing. My role on the Crew Dragon itself as part of Crew-1 is the commander of the vehicle. We'll be launching to the International Space Station, and we're going to be doing a long-duration mission, a standard long-duration mission. One of the nice things about being on board the International Space Station is you have a lot of connectivity, believe it or not, with your family. And so I was able to call just about every day. My family means everything to me. It is the most important part of my life. My wife Julie, my son Ryan, my son Lucas, they are just such a huge part of this whole endeavor. You know, without family, it just wouldn't be as meaningful. The partnership that we have right now with SpaceX, it's pretty powerful. They bring a lot to the table. NASA brings a lot to the table. We've got a ton of experience in human spaceflight. When you're out there on a day-to-day basis and you're interacting with their engineers, and you're interacting with their trainers, and you're interacting with the people that are actually building the rockets and building the capsule itself, you really get to establish the relationships, the personal relationships. It's not just about the astronauts that are on board, but it's about the entire team at NASA and SpaceX that it's taken to launch this Crew-1 vehicle, and we couldn't do our job without them.
Seated next to Mike Hopkins is Crew Dragon pilot Victor Glover, who has flown on 40 different types of aircraft for a total of more than 3,000 hours. Helping prepare him for this, piloting his first test flight to space. Here's more about the U.S. Navy commander and California native.
I saw a shuttle launch when I was in elementary school, and I thought I really want to fly that. And that's where it began.
He is a Navy commander, a naval aviator, and a test pilot. He was selected as an astronaut in 2013. This is his first space flight. Introducing NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
First and foremost, I'm just grateful to God and to my family. To work and live in space is just a humbling and amazing blessing in and of itself. This is a test pilot's dream. Flying has been such an important part of my professional life, and I love to do it. 64,000 feet, that's the highest up I've ever been above the ground. And so to get to a point beyond that, that'll be a little special moment. I'm a rookie astronaut. I'm the pilot and going to be learning the ropes from a very experienced crew. Trying to balance that, enjoying and living in the moment, but also managing the responsibilities to make sure that we get to space safely. I'm looking forward to that juxtaposition of emotion, I think.
Tell me about how you ended up here. I think for every astronaut, that's kind of a different story.
Ooh, wow, that goes way back. So high school athlete, loved being a part of a small high-performing team, wrestling and football. Was fortunate to wrestle in college while pursuing my engineering education. I actually originally wanted to be a Navy SEAL. That's what started my journey in the Navy, and I wound up deciding to go into aviation and learn to fly. The love of flying and being a part of a small, very specialized, high-performing team that gets to do things in really interesting and challenging environments. The astronaut corps is the epitome of that.
This is truly an exciting time for human spaceflight in our nation, and believe me, it's only going to get better as we charge off into the future.
We've been working with our partner SpaceX for years. It's just been amazing to learn about the vehicle and to just spend time getting to know their flight control team and their trainers. It's creating sort of a new culture that is some kind of a balance between the two. The fact that it takes thousands of people all over the world to get us ready, it's humbling and overwhelming, and I want to do my best because I represent them. So thank you for your support and for your love, and know that you're flying with us on crew-1.
Okay, so while we were in that video, we saw the hatch close. We have not heard the confirmation of the hatch close. We're not expecting that until T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes. So we're still almost 10 minutes away from that. But even though the hatch appears to be closed, there's a process to completing this and making sure that it's sealed and there's no leaking. So Kate, can you kind of explain what the crew is doing now during this hatch closure process?
Yeah, for sure. So like Marie said, it's not quite as simple as closing your car door. Of course, they're having to make sure that everything is in place. There will actually be a seal that is inflated to ensure that all of basically that it is watertight. If it's watertight, it'll get to space. So we see the crew, the closeout techs, the suit techs, all there in their numbered uniforms going through the steps. You can see the tablets in their hands. Those are our electronic procedures or e-procedures, and they are essentially stepping through each one to make sure that, and giving verbal cues saying that is complete, we are good, and we're basically just counting through the process step by step, getting closer to launch time, which at this point we're just a mere 2 hours and 3 minutes away from.
Nicole, what was it like when you were sitting inside the space shuttle when that moment when, you know, that last door to the outside closed?
You know, I think it's like all the steps we've been talking along the way. It's another one of those, wow, this could be real today steps. And that is certainly one that makes you think it's going to happen. You're at that point, you know, the closeout crew is getting ready to depart the pad shortly, and you know that you're going to be out there on your own with your crew waiting to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and in seat number 1 today is Crew 1 mission specialist Shannon Walker, who flew previously on the Russian Soyuz to the International Space Station, spending 163 days in space. Here's more on Dr. Walker, who will be the first woman to fly on a commercial orbital spacecraft.
I always wanted to be an astronaut. I just turned 4 when we first landed on the moon, and I have very distinct memory of my parents taking me and my older sister out into the backyard, and the moon was rising over our house, and they pointed up there and said, "We have people there." And even at 4, I thought that just sounded like the best idea ever.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability.
I had seen a new class of astronauts that had been hired for the space shuttle, and I was reading in the newspaper what their qualifications were, and just going through some of them, I realized I can do that, and that was a big turning point. I'm Dr. Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut, and I am getting ready to fly on the Crew 1 mission to the International Space Station. Crew 1 is the first operational mission of the Crew Dragon vehicle to the International Space Station. I was not expecting the call to be assigned, and so anytime you get a flight assignment, it's tremendously exciting. I spent 6 months on the station previously in 2010, and I am so looking forward to getting back there and having another 6 months on the space station. There are so many things that you could do on station. What I like about it is every day really is different. You get up and you may be doing a biological experiment one day, you may be doing maintenance on equipment the next day, and then the day following that you'll be doing some sort of experiment in chemistry. What I have found being part of the International Space Station program, and not just Russia, but our colleagues in Japan and Europe and Canada, is that underneath it all, we all have the same goals and we all have the same passions. The Dragon spacecraft represents to me is just a continuing evolution of better computing power that's evolved over the years and different ways that the crew can interact with the spacecraft. SpaceX is a very interesting company. There are so many young people. I always imagine it to be like it was in the early Apollo days at NASA, with so many young engineers so passionate about what they are doing. The important thing is we both have learned from each other, and now we've got a very strong bond on what we want to accomplish and how we need to accomplish it together. I do believe that human spaceflight is an imperative for our planet, and to be a part of that, to keep the progress growing, I find very inspiring.
Crew 1 mission specialist Soichi Noguchi has spent 177 days in space, and this will be his 3rd mission in an orbital spacecraft. Here's more on the first international partner to fly aboard Crew Dragon.
Soichi appears to be a very quiet person, and yet he comes out with some fantastic one-liners.
Soichi is probably the quietest, but he is probably the funniest as well.
Earlier, I used the word dignified to describe him, but his humor is very dry and subtle, but it is extremely witty, and it just makes it that much more funny.
Konnichiwa. My name is Soichi Noguchi. I am Mission Specialist 1 on Crew 1 mission to International Space Station. Well, my mission will be help support commander and pilot on Crew Dragon. And of course, once I arrive on the space station, I'll be a board engineer and do lots of science and maintenance and spacewalks, robotics, all kinds of work. I'm really fortunate enough to have a good crew member. And obviously we have a lot of different background, and the diversity definitely gives us a great rigidity to our crew. I wanted to be an astronaut for a long time. High school days, I watched the shuttle launch. I studied aerodynamics and aerospace engineering. When I turned 30, Japanese Space Agency started recruiting another astronaut class. I was fortunate enough to be selected and sent immediately to Johnson Space Center. My first flight was 2005. That was on the Space Shuttle Discovery, STS-114. And the next flight was 2009. That was on the Russian Soyuz. The vehicle is definitely like living creature. All the pipes, all the pipelines are alive. I really remember the morning of the launch day. I arrived at the pad. Hey, this vehicle is alive and waiting to go up.
And liftoff of Space Shuttle Discovery, beginning America's new journey to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
I'm really looking forward to go back to that launch day. The crew-1 is the first operational spaceflight after the certification given by NASA. Important thing is this is brand new, designed from scratch, 21st century spacecraft, and this is a new design. And obviously the SpaceX did a very nice job. The spacecraft of this century is not just for America, but this is an international corporation, and all the other people around the world have a chance to ride on this Crew Dragon. So this is a new era.
Okay, we're looking live now inside the White Room. You can see.
We're discussing that. Negative. We're going to go to pad hatch reopen temporarily.
Okay, so it sounds like they may be reopening the hatch. We're going to listen in to see if we can hear any more chatter about that. Okay, so it sounds like they want to double check a leak check. So we may see that hatch reopen momentarily. Nominally, we would expect right about now to hear a call out for hatch close right at T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes. So we haven't heard that just yet, but we did hear that the teams are looking at reopening the hatch to double check some leaks.
So what I'm hearing is that the closeout team saw a little bit of a pressure drop during those leak checks. So like I mentioned before, it's not like closing a door, right? Or it's not closing the door to your car. The door closes. They check the environments inside the capsule, make sure we're good. Then they perform a leak check again, essentially making sure that the cabin and the door are able to maintain pressure and environments. So something like this, if they have to reopen it, it might just be they have to reposition a seal. So we're considered a minor issue at the moment, but it might be as simple as allowing us to open the hatch, check the seals and the latch mechanism, and then able to reclose it.
Okay, we're going to go over to John Insprucker in Hawthorne. He's been listening to some more details. John, can you give us an update on what's going on now?
Yeah, Marie, I've been listening into the Dragon nets in addition to Falcon 9. Right now you can see on the screen the crew inside Dragon. Everything is safe at the launch pad. We have not gotten into propellant load. What we were doing is our standard procedures. We did communications checks that you heard a while back. They checked the environmental. Hey, the temperature was just right for the crew inside. And then we command to close the hatch. The team then locks it down. And we run a leak check just to make sure that it is leak tight. We're running that leak check and they saw a little bit of a drop in pressure. So what you're seeing on the screen right now from the outside of the capsule on the left, the SpaceX ingress team in the access arm in the White Room, they're going to open that hatch back up again. One thing they want to look at is just make sure nothing got trapped in the seal. They're going to take a look at the latch mechanism. They also are checking their equipment to make sure that it's try to make sure whether or not it's actually in the capsule, or it might be in the measuring equipment that they're holding onto. So you can see right now the latch, or the hatch has come open, and they are beginning the troubleshooting, taking a look around the seals of the hatch.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that we do have about 10 minutes of margin in the schedule for this troubleshooting.
And 10 minutes before they need to start closing the hatch again?
That is correct. Yeah, 10 minutes till hatch close, and they are taking a look at the CO at this time.
Dragon copies.
I'm only listening to program now. Hey, Marie, this is John. Did you ask me a question? I didn't pick it up.
Yeah, I wanted to first just acknowledge that we heard on the call-outs that they said that they had about 10 minutes of margin in the schedule, so not necessarily going to throw the timeline off track. But is this something, I know that people that are watching this live have got to be wondering, is this something that can cause a scrub, or how significant is this issue right now?
Well, I'd say from a crew safety standpoint, which is what we're always looking out for, if we could not resolve the issue, if we thought we were actually measuring a leak, then that would be a probable scrub issue for today. However, it's premature to say that. They're doing the first round of troubleshooting. And yeah, I also heard the comment, we've got about 10 minutes, but as a reminder, the SpaceX team doesn't actually leave the crew access arm until T-minus 60 minutes. So while we've got standard margin, they may be able to compress other activities since there's still 50 minutes before the crew that you see there in the black pad access uniforms actually has to get out of the area.
Sure. And, when we put out the mission timeline ahead of time so folks can follow along, but we understand and we try to impress upon others that these are the kinds of things that can come up. And so this timeline, while it's a guide, it is fluid.
For sure. Thinking back to Demo 2, if I remember correctly, they were also running ahead of schedule in terms of when Bob and Doug got in their seats and strapped in and closed the hatch. So obviously, given an instantaneous launch window for the space station launches, if we didn't have margin, that would be a potential scrub scenario. But like we heard at the call out earlier, we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So glad to have that flexibility.
Yeah, and just to add on to what Kate was saying, looking back over my notes, when we did the first Demo 2 launch, it wasn't until about right now in the countdown that the first hatch leak check completed. So by that schedule, which we were ready to support launch right on time until the weather got us, we're still looking good, I think, in the countdown.
Something I want to point out, you heard me mention earlier that the team is working off of tablets following along with the procedures. This is considered the kind of contingency procedure that is written into the procedures. So what we're seeing them go through on screen now, they're not, while they are troubleshooting live, we do have a procedure written for this type of contingency. So it's a matter of working through those side steps essentially.
Nicole, I wonder, did you have any issues that had to be worked through real time on either of your shuttle missions that might have been similar to something like this?
Yeah, I think in both cases, actually, and it's really amazing how the team just comes together and works those procedures like Kate mentioned, where, you know, we've tried our best to think about what could go wrong in, you know, in these different scenarios, and then put those procedures in place to work it. And as a crew inside, unless there's something that we can actively participate in, we're just following along to make sure that, you know, everything is picking back up onto the timeline, and then waiting in case there is some switch to throw or, you know, communication to have to help with the procedure.
Okay, so again, if you're just joining us, we're at T-minus 1 hour and 47 minutes. We did not hear the call out of hatch closure yet because when they were going through the leak check process, they noticed a pressure drop inside the capsule. So they opened the hatch back up, and as John and I explained, there is some margin in the schedule. And so this is not necessarily a showstopper. It would be premature to speculate about any of that. So far, we are still on track for launch. We're just watching some troubleshooting in real time.
On the right-hand side of the screen, we can see the crew sitting pretty comfortably there in their seats. Something I didn't get to mention earlier is that the seats themselves are custom sized for each astronaut. So not only is the length of the bucket, so basically the length from the tailbone to your shoulders, that is specific for each astronaut, but so is the footrest as well as the armrest. So expecting to fly people of many different heights and wanting to make sure that their positioning is not only operational but comfortable as well. And it seems like everyone's pretty comfy in there.
And we can't overstate how important the job is of this pad closeout team who is doing these leak checks and making sure that that hatch is secure and behaving the way it should be before they leave the pad, because these 4 astronauts are inside a capsule that is going to be fueled in a little over an hour and head off to space. And so it's the job of these people that you see on the left of your screen, in addition to hundreds and thousands more around the country that have been working so hard for months and years to keep this crew safe. Again, this is the first operational or rotation mission of 4 people on Crew Dragon, the first of hopefully many more to come. And so the team has to keep the crew safe.
So I'm now hearing that that closeout team that we saw there were able to check the seals and clean them a little bit. They found a little piece of FOD there in the seal, so that's probably what was causing the hatch to not maintain pressure. So they are about to, I can't quite tell on the screen, but they will be starting to close that.
And what is FOD for people who don't know the acronym?
Foreign object debris.
Okay. So what's an example of what that could be?
You know, it's hard to tell because it depends on the environment, but something as small as a piece of lint to, you know, something like our cell phone or an earring. So that's part of the reason why earlier in the webcast I mentioned that the the suit technician team are checking to make sure nobody's wearing unapproved earrings or jewelry. Those are all considered FOD or foreign object debris. But it looks like we're going to be closing that hatch again if it's not already, and reperforming that leak check. Like I mentioned before, we do have contingencies built into our procedures. We are running ahead of schedule, so nothing to speculate causing an abort at this time. But that being said, we will be repressurizing that hatch. And I should say that it's not like we bring it to pressure and check it and it's good. You want to bring it to pressure, allow it to sit there for a couple of minutes and watch whatever the decay is, if any.
Dragon SpaceX, first status.
And go ahead for Dragon.
Yeah, the team did find a possible root cause. They are checking cabin environments, and we're getting ready to close the hatch again.
Okay, Dragon copies, and we see pad hatch closed, prep.
Copy.
So just the ground crew core communicating to the crew inside Dragon, giving them a status update, letting them know that potential root cause has been found and that they will be closing that hatch and beginning the leak check once again.
So we heard that they may have identified the root cause, but we haven't heard what that root cause is or what they suspect it is yet. So if we hear that, we will relay that to you, but that is not information that we have heard just yet.
And Dragon SpaceX hatch is closed.
Dragon copies, do the same.
Okay, so we heard hatch is closed, and so we expect a leak check to be forthcoming. Again, we've got the pad closeout team on the left of your screen, closing the Dragon side hatch for the second time, getting ready to do another leak check. And the crew is sitting tight on the right-hand side of the screen.
So we see them performing the mechanical sealing of the hatch. After this is complete, we'll begin the leak check.
We are at T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes, so with still some margin in the schedule, so this is not necessarily going to throw the rest of the launch timeline off track, but we're just standing by to see if the teams can get this issue resolved. Okay, it sounds like we've got an update from John Innsbrucker in Hawthorne. John, what can you tell us?
Well, Marie, right now we're just inside 100 minutes until the Falcon 9 launch. We're waiting right now to hear the results of the hatch leak check. The second one's going on. As we've mentioned, we think we found a little bit of debris in the seal, and fingers crossed that we're going to do that. We're also waiting to hear the comm checks between the Dragon crew and the Falcon 9 launch team, the responsible engineers down in the firing
Dragon
room.
SpaceX for status.
To catch up right now, as I mentioned, we're just inside of 100 minutes.
And go ahead for Dragon.
Okay, the leak check hardware is connected and we're holding pressure now. Still in progress.
Dragon copies, and that's good news.
Yeah, and I will provide some more words on what they identified during my post-ingress brief.
Okay, Dragon copies, and I assume we still have some more time on the leak check.
That's affirmed. Yeah, they're still performing it.
Dragon.
Okay, we heard a little bit of chatter. I'm not sure if y'all picked it up on the webcast, but they talked briefly to the crew, gave them an update similar to one we were just presenting y'all. The good news is that they are farther along in the leak check right now than they got the first time. So again, things are going in the right direction the second time around. They're also looking at the timeline for the crew ingress team that you see there on the left monitor, the SpaceX folks. They will be able to leave a little bit later than T-minus 1 hour and still be able to get clear of the area in plenty of time for us to do propellant loading and the launch. Now, right now on the Falcon 9, we're waiting to do the comm checks with the crew. Our launch engineers for the launch vehicle, they are in firing room 4.
SpaceX for Falcon 9 comm checks.
And here comes the comm checks. Let's listen in.
And go ahead for Falcon 9 comm check.
Okay, if you are ready, we are going to kick those off.
Dragon's ready.
Dragon GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
And GNC, this is Dragon on countdown 1. Have you loud and clear.
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by propulsion.
Dragon prop on countdown 1, comm check.
And prop Dragon on countdown 1. Have you loud and clear.
Prop loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics, this is Dragon on countdown 1. I have you loud and clear.
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Ground segment, this is Dragon on countdown 1. We have you loud and clear.
Ground segment loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, this is Dragon on countdown 1. Loud and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, see you on countdown, comm check.
CE, this is Dragon. Hans, we have you loud and clear on countdown.
CE, loud and clear. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineer comm checks. Safe flight.
Okay.
Okay, the good news is we've gotten through the comm checks between the SpaceX team and the Dragon capsule. We're at T-minus 1 hour and 34 minutes. On the Falcon 9, everything continues to look good.
SpaceX
Big
for
event
Planet's
really
closed
coming
launch
up
escape
is
checks.
propellant loading as we get inside T-minus 35 minutes.
And
on
go
the
ahead
Dragon
for
side,
Planet's closed checklist.
Okay, Resilience, at this time we're going to commence health check for the launch escape system. You can expect a momentary flight computer state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies, and we're monitoring.
okay, I think we've got a moment now listening to them talk to the crew. On Dragon, other than the side hatch leak check that's been going underway, everything else has been looking good. On the weather front, the good news is that while we've been watching for rain showers in the trajectory of the Falcon 9, we've been watching for heavy rain or thick clouds. Currently, everything does continue to cooperate as we were hoping. The frontal boundary was slowing down and may not reach Kennedy Space Center by the time of launch. And right now that continues to look like it's going to happen. So the local conditions are good. Upper altitude winds, we're looking at the balloons we've been releasing, and those show us that conditions in the upper altitude for stability are good. So we ought to go for launch in about 92 minutes if the weather cooperates, and of course the range is ready to go. So right now, we're going to throw it back to Daryl while we wait for follow-on discussions.
John, thank you very much for that update. And we're here at the Kennedy Space Center, of course, and I can confirm for you, John, weather is looking good right here. Just a thin layer of clouds overhead right here at the launch complex. I'm joined now by Deputy Administrator Jim Morhard for NASA here, and we appreciate him coming to talk a little bit about licensing of these launches. And that's a new thing around here, Jim, because previously that's not something that we heard a lot about. But we understand that this launch is the first commercially licensed launch by the FAA. So explain to me why that is and how that works.
You know, Daryl, it has just been certified for the first time. We license a lot of launches. We had 29 launches that were licensed in 2020, and we're expecting another 56 in 2021. Wow. So it's going exponential, yeah. And we're excited about that. We've really collaborated with the Federal Aviation Administration, which is part of the Department of Transportation. Steve Dixon is the administrator. He's here right now. He's been with us through the week, working with us, which is just tremendous. There's a great collaboration between the two agencies.
So help the public kind of understand what this means. I think, generally speaking, we all understand that we get aboard a commercial aircraft. That carrier is FAA licensed. So now we're licensing space flight, launches, commercial ones with people on board. So what does that, what does the public take away from that?
You think about it, we have the most complex airspace in the world over the United States. And now we're going to expand it even more into space. And so we're really integrating both our aeronautics, our aircraft that we fly, enjoy every day, with space operations. So we're going to have both those things happening at the same time with human spaceflight. And that's what we're doing here today at the Kennedy Space Center.
That's impressive. And just when you mentioned the airspace in flight, right? Very crowded place. Space just getting started, and as you mentioned, growing. Where do you see this, when you just kind of dream a little bit, where do you see this going one day?
Daryl, you think about it. First off, it's both Federal Aviation Administration, but at NASA also, our number one priority is safety. That's what we're focused on. But in the meantime, we're commercializing low Earth orbit. Right now we have a $350 billion space economy in low Earth orbit.
That's true. That's a big number.
It is a big number.
350 billion.
And people are talking in the future at going to over $1 trillion. And so it is just, we're starting the dawn of a new space age.
And quickly, I think you were telling me that this also increases our ability to do science on the International Space Station, right?
With these 4 great astronauts, and Jim Bridenstine and I met with them yesterday, and they want to fly, and we want to make sure they fly safely. But with that, when they get to the space station, we've got 1 astronaut there right now. It's going to increase our research efforts up there by 300%. And we really believe that demand is going to grow. And the hope is ultimately that we'll have commercial space stations that are built by our space industry in the United States. And so, because there's so much research to be done.
All right. Well, very good. Illuminating information about the licensing of spaceports. Appreciate your efforts and all your work in getting these government agencies to work together and talk to each other and come together with some consensus there. That's good stuff.
It's my honor, but this is about safety, and we're going to keep doing it.
Excellent. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Jim. Jim Morhard, Deputy Administrator with NASA. And we are now at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes. We'll toss it back to John I. in Hawthorne, California. John? Well, maybe not John. We'll go to Marie, right here across the way at KSC.
All right, thanks, Daryl. I've got a brother named John, so I'll answer to either. We are standing by for a post-ingress briefing to the crew.
Dragon SpaceX for side hatch leak check.
And go ahead for the side hatch leak check.
Okay, good news. The leak check has passed, and we saw consistent readings to what we saw on dry dress. So it looks good.
That's great news, SpaceX.
So what you just heard there was the core team briefing the crew, letting them know that the leak check passed, and we're going to be moving along in the timeline here. They're now attaching the final exterior cover there on the side hatch.
And they mentioned that the levels that they checked were consistent with dry dress. They were referring to the rehearsal that was conducted Thursday. So just a couple of days ago, they went through this process. It's called the dry dress rehearsal because they do everything except fuel up the rocket and, of course, launch. So when they did the checks that day, obviously things were nominal. The first time they closed the side hatch, they noticed a drop in pressure when they did the leak check. So they opened the hatch back up, discovered some foreign object debris, or what we call FOD, cleared that out. We don't know what exactly it was yet. We might hear about that in the post-ingress briefing. But they closed the hatch back up, did another leak check. Everything looks nominal, and that's what we just heard confirmation of. So that they said that was great news. So it sounds like we're getting back on track now.
So it looked like that closeout team member just took the final closeout photo there, or one of final, and we are moving along. If you look closely on the right-hand side, you might be able to make out some signatures there on the wall of our white room.
And certainly the astronauts sitting inside the Crew Dragon capsule right now appreciate the attention to detail of this pad closeout team.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Marie, it's interesting. I think one of the things we definitely appreciate is that the team that works here with us on these spacecraft absolutely believe that the care and feeding of those spacecraft is their responsibility. And we know that. You can tell as they're working with you and hear them outside the hatch and on the radio as well.
Now, Kate, can you explain what we're seeing now?
It's a little difficult for me to see on the screen. I'm sorry, I can't tell what they're doing.
It is a little off, you know, it's above the frame of the camera view that we can see.
Are there things they have to remove before the seal with the hatch can pull back?
No, there's nothing necessarily attached to the capsule, but I would like to point out, again, we're not only taking into consideration the safety of the crew, but the safety of our team members as well. You can see the straps there. I believe what they're doing is they're basically allowing, so there's a mechanism there on the crew access arm. There's kind of like an airplane door. It doesn't, the metallic pieces don't go anywhere near close to the airplane, but there's a little bit of a seal there to try and control the environment. Again, dealing with humidity and rain and bugs here in Florida, trying to keep all of that out and keep the environment stable and under control there. But yeah, so they are now preparing to move all of that fixturing away, and they are leaning out over towards essentially the side of the rocket. So we have those wires in place for fall protection.
So we should be hearing any time now a post-ingress briefing. That's what we're expecting for the crew inside to kind of get a recap. Okay, so maybe a couple more minutes before we hear that briefing. So we're going to move on temporarily. We've made mention of the first crew to launch in Crew Dragon a little earlier this year, and you may remember them as the Space Dads, as they are affectionately known by the NASA and SpaceX teams who work with them. We watched them lift off from this very spot back in May, ending a 9-year gap in human spaceflight from American soil. And we want to honor the courage of NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley with a look at their historic Demo 2 test flight.
morning. Welcome aboard. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, ground stations.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
On behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
We would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour. We do have a friend on board with us, Trimmer, the Apatosaurus. I think I was requested to do a backflip. Good night, Megan and Theo. And Karen and Jack.
MD Houston flight. Houston is go for undocking and departure.
Dragon is committed to undock.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. We are ready for the systems brief.
Copy. As stated, Dragon's in a healthy state. We are proceeding toward the primary landing site, and your timeline is current. Visual, 2 drones out.
300 meters. We are braced for splashdown.
Copy, brace for splashdown. Endeavour, on behalf of the SpaceX and NASA teams, welcome back to planet Earth, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
It's a humbling experience to be a part of what was accomplished. It's great to see how excited everybody was. We hope it brings a little bit of brightness to a pretty tough 2020.
Wow. I don't know about you guys, but that gives me goosebumps watching that recap.
Yeah, absolutely.
My family and I made a point to drive over here to the East Coast to watch launch from just down the road in Cocoa Beach with our dear friends, the Honeycutts, a name that's familiar to the Kennedy Space Center family. And I'll tell you, it was a real joy to watch Bob and Doug in space and then to have them safely back on the planet with us. And now, special treat, we're going to hear from my dear friends and fellow bugs, a.k.a. the Space Dads themselves. Daryl is standing by to talk with them. Daryl.
That's right, Nicole. We have Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, the Space Dads, with us live from Houston, Texas. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on yet another historic day here at the Kennedy Space Center.
Hey, Daryl. How are you? Daryl.
Good to see you guys. Good to see you. So you know this moment. You remember it, I'm sure, well, when we came to this moment in time where the capsule, the door was closed. Tell us what you guys were thinking in this moment as we see astronauts, the 4 Crew-1 astronauts getting ready to fly.
Well, just thinking about the mission ahead, what you need to do to get through the next hour or two, the timeline. I mean, you know, you don't have a lot of time to think about a lot else. You've kind of wrapped everything up before you've walked down and walked out, got to the pad. So we're just going through the checks with the teams, following along and doing the things that we need to do.
You just saw that video that was put together about the whole mission that you guys did. Is there anything that, as you watch that, stands out to you as, you know, that was my favorite moment?
I think for both of us, our favorite moment was after splashdown, when we were able to get the hatch open and climb out of the vehicle. As you might imagine, as you embark on a test flight, you've got to have a lot of things go very smoothly, and you got to get them all done and get to the final test point that's out there, which was the splashdown and coming home. And so I think there's a little bit of relief, but kind of a big, let our emotions come out, I think, at that point, after being really focused on, you know, the mission in hand all the way up to that point.
And Doug, what are your thoughts?
Well, I agree with Bob. You know, we invested 5 years with the teams. We went out to Hawthorne almost every week the last 2 years that before we launched. And so
just a culmination of an incredible amount of work by so many people, and to be just a small part of it, and then to complete the mission successfully and have the type of mission that we had, where we were able to do a whole bunch of work on board Space Station, including 4 spacewalks, and then complete the test flight of Crew Dragon and get it ready for this crew. It just, it's indescribable to be a part of that type of an event, and we're just excited to see what's going to happen, hopefully here in just an hour or two.
Yeah, just an hour and 16 minutes until launch. And so I want to know about a conversation that you guys had. You had some important conversations with this crew. What did you tell them? What advice did you give them?
Well, Doug and I got a chance to sit down with the crew-1 folks, just like everybody else is these days, over the across a video conference soon after we returned, and we tried to give them the benefit of the experiences that we had and some suggestions on some things that might help their mission go a little bit smoother. But I think the biggest message that we passed on to them was that there was a good ship here, and it did a great job getting us to Space Station and back, and they should have confidence in the team as they go off and execute their mission. And so there are things that can be improved after our test flight, and they took a lot of those minor things to heart. But overall, we just really passed on just a lot of confidence in the vehicle, and that that goes a long way for a team that's got a lot of things to do as they lead up to the mission that they're about to launch on today, and not a lot of time if you look at how quickly the vehicle got assessed and changes were made in preparation for this mission. It was just a short couple months ago, I think, at this point, since we came home, and we just really wanted to pass our confidence on to them as they got ready for their mission.
And Commander Hopkins, in fact, said that he appreciated Doug Hurley telling him that when he was commanding the landing, that he was ahead of the spacecraft. Describe what that means and why you think that helped him.
Well, it was a little bit drawn on my experience as a shuttle pilot. My first flight, I just felt like I had to work really hard to keep up with the shuttle as we were re-entering. And, it's a little bit of how you operate on orbit, and then the quickness of the events that you deal with on re-entry. Everything happens pretty fast. So just mentally knowing that was coming, I tried to enforce that with Hopper, and just say, hey, look, it's, you're going to be in orbit for a while, your brain slows down in a sense, but then when re-entry occurs, those events really happen fast. From the time that you separate from the trunk all the way to splashdown happens, it seems like in an instant. So we talked a lot about that, and I just wanted him to be calibrated and be ahead of Dragon as best he could, and then communicate that obviously to his crew. He's got a great crew, and they'll be ready for it when they come back in next spring.
And in fact, he said that as a result of that statement, that he studied hard because he knew he had to be ahead of it in order for when these events happen to be ready for them as they come. Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley, astronauts with NASA, and the crew of Demo 1. We appreciate you guys. Demo 2, sorry. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you very much. And enjoy the launch. And now we're going to send it back to the desk.
All right, thank you, Daryl. It is T-minus 1 hour and 13 minutes, and we understand John I has been listening in, has some more information to pass along on what's been going on, what information the crew has. So, John I, let's hand it over to you in Hawthorne.
Thank you, Marie. It's, as she said, T-minus 1 hour, 13 minutes, 24 seconds. The good news is we are on the timeline. While we were interviewing Bob and Doug, we did hear some discussion with the crew over the SpaceX to Dragon CrewNet. They gave them an update on a couple of issues that we've been working. The one of great interest right now has been the hatch close. They summarized that, as you saw on the monitors, we did reopen the hatch. They found a small piece of FOD, and they also worked on the seal around the hatch. They also did add a little bit of lubricant. They closed the hatch and then reran the 5-minute leak check, and they got a good result. So the crew heard that, and they are supportive, and that issue is now resolved and behind us. The other issue that we've been working that they briefed the crew on is just above the first stage where the propellant tanks and the inner stage meet. You can't see on your monitor there, but there are some weep holes And what we'd seen is some water, I think, from maybe rain that has gotten in there has drained out, and that gave a little bit of discoloration. They wanted to make sure that might not be something else like the RP1 fuel that's on board the rocket. So they've done some review of data. They see no issues with the fuel system, or in this case, it's the grid fin system that's in proximity in that area. They believe it's water. They briefed the crew, and again, that issue is now closed out. So coming up on just inside T-minus 1 hour and 12 minutes, we've closed up our couple issues, and as we also heard just a couple minutes ago, the closeout team has left the crew access arm, so we're looking good on schedule. So Jesse, everything in the very busy last 20 minutes or so has come together and closed out. What else has been going on?
That is awesome news, John. Thank you for that very detailed update. We're just 1 hour and 11 minutes from launch, and it just keeps getting more and more exciting, especially with those updates coming in. Since arriving at the spacecraft, the crew were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air and a communication link to Dragon systems. They conducted leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the Corps here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them directly throughout the mission, as well as the launch director in Florida. This is where they are checking their comm path through both ground stations and tracking and data relay satellites that will use to talk to the crew the entire way to the station.
And after those suit checks, we were looking for the leak check on the hatch. So we closed the hatch, and as John and I explained, there were some pressure changes. And so they reopened the hatch, removed what appears to be a piece of foreign object debris or FOD, reclosed the hatch, conducted those leak checks, and everything has come out well. So the closeout team is departing the pad, and weather operators are kicking off the final check on wind speeds at the pad, and that'll be used for the final go, no-go poll for launch. Before we get to that final go, no-go, the various teams at both NASA and SpaceX will do an internal go poll, making sure conditions are right with the Falcon 9, the Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before the final go is given. So let's check back in on Houston for a status on the team supporting the space station on their readiness for launch. Shaniqua?
Thanks, Leah. The team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for launch. All systems on board the station that required to be healthy for mission are continuing to look good. Before the station team is go for launch, they verify that key systems on board the station are functioning as expected. This includes life support systems like oxygen generation, carbon dioxide removal, and the water recycling system that allows us to reuse about 9% of the water we send to station. We're also ensuring that the computers that allow us to command the station's major subsystems, essentially the station's nervous system, are functioning normally. We also work with our Russian counterparts to ensure both methods of controlling the station's attitude, or the direction station is pointing, are fully functional. This includes the large U.S. gyroscopes and the thrusters found in the Russian segments. Both systems play a critical role during Dragon's docking. Mission Control Houston will be closely monitoring the crew's flight and checking off milestones for most of the journey. Lead NASA Flight Director of crew-1, Anthony Varia, will lead flight controllers in Houston for launch, and they will all be coming back tomorrow for docking, where we join joint operations with SpaceX. So I'll send it back over to you, Marie, at KSC.
All right, thank you, Shaniqua. If you are just now joining us, you picked a great time, as we are now at T-minus 8 minutes and 22 seconds until launch. Welcome to coverage for the mission known as Crew-1, NASA and SpaceX's second flight with crew to the International Space Station. Liftoff time is still holding for 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time, an instantaneous launch window, and we are tracking no issues currently with Falcon 9 or Crew Dragon. The range is green and weather is cooperating so far. The last check, it was 50% go. Over the last 3 hours, our crew of Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi donned their SpaceX spacesuits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room. They walked out of that crew quarters building just as every astronaut to fly from this spaceport in Florida has done since Apollo 7. They were then transported to the pad where our crew entered the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft you see live on your screen atop the Falcon 9 rocket.
Well, this is SpaceX's second time flying astronauts in Crew Dragon. It will also be the first time a private company will fly a crew of 4 people to the space station. If you remember, back in May, we launched NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken to the space station in the historic Demo 2 mission and then brought them safely home in August. Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch, have the crew arm and the launch escape system and we'll begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 7:27 p.m. Eastern. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 27.5-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station, set for Monday at 11 p.m. Eastern.
So, Nicole, you know, we're coming up on T-minus 1 hour in about 6 minutes. And I know when we were listening to Daryl talk to Bob and Doug, Doug talked about how, you know, there's not a lot of time to think about your emotions. You're focused on the operation and your procedures.
Yeah, your emotions are kind of in you at this point, and you're just trying to make sure you're as best prepared for, you know, what's about to happen.
Sure. And today's flight is the first of 6 planned rotational missions NASA has contracted with SpaceX as part of the agency's Commercial Crew program. The success of the Demo 2 mission allowed for NASA to complete certification for SpaceX to fly astronauts regularly to and from the ISS, bringing back this critical capability of launching from American soil, which we haven't had the ability to do regularly since the retirement of the space shuttle in 2011.
If you've been following along, you've been able to hear that we have been hearing a little bit from crew on board Dragon Resilience, currently strapped into their seats, and they've already gone through all of their communication and suit leak checks. Now, they are able to follow along with all of the action still ahead on the displays that are just above them. There are a couple of touchscreen displays, and that allows them to get insight into all of the Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we proceed down towards launch. So we're currently at T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes. Let's check in with John Innsbrucker for another status update on both vehicles. How's it going there, John?
Yeah, thank you, Kate. T-minus 1 hour, 5 minutes.
Closeout team to clear the VDA. Once that's complete, we're going to cycle the tank valves to equalize the manifold pressure. This is the same thing we executed yesterday earlier this week during dry dress.
Okay, we copy that, and Jay, your call's coming in a little bit soft, and we're losing you kind of at the end of them.
Copy all on that call, and I'll let you know when we're ready for that tank valve cycling.
Okay, Dragon copies, and that was much better. Thank you.
Okay, we've just heard a little bit of the dialogue between the crew inside the Dragon capsule Resilience and the SpaceX Dragon team. Looks like they're going to be cycling a little bit of pressure, giving the crew a heads up. Probably hear some of that noise. Now, as I've mentioned, we're T-minus 1 hour and 4 minutes, counting down. Good news is, as you heard a few minutes ago, we've resolved a couple issues we were working earlier in the count. And while the pace was busy before, now it's going to begin to pick up again. Falcon 9 is into its checkouts of first and second stage propulsion systems and engines. That's in preparation for propellant loading. We're going to hear polls between T-minus 47, T-minus 45 minutes on readiness for propellant loading and then on to launch. And then at T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading will begin. Now on Dragon, we've done our checkouts. Everything is looking good. The astronauts are currently inside Dragon. The hatch is closed, and the leak check is successfully complete. The SpaceX folks have left the access area and I believe are now clear of the blast area. So we'll have 2 major events coming up on Dragon. Between T-minus 45 and T-minus 42 minutes, we're going to see that crew access arm currently alongside Dragon. That's going to retract away from the capsule. And then we'll follow that pretty much immediately by arming of the Dragon launch escape system. That needs to be armed prior to loading propellant onto the Falcon 9. We're launching out of historic pad 39A from the eastern range. The range is green and go to support launch, not only here, also the worldwide network of ground stations and the on-orbit tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support Dragon as it heads to orbit. And the good news, weather continues to be acceptable both at ground level and the upper altitude.
Dragon SpaceX, we are cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize pressure.
With the call out from core. They're cycling the valves to equalize pressure. Now, as a reminder, we have an instantaneous launch window today at 27 minutes, 17 seconds after the hour. So once we get into propellant loading, there's no opportunity to change the T0. Once we get into propellant loading, and actually right now, we're committed. We can't slow down or add some more margin time. We've got to finish up the last 62 minutes. But the good news, Jesse, at just inside T-minus 62 minutes, we are go for launch.
It's great to hear, John. Sounds like everything is going back to normal, is that right? We've got an extensive history now of flying Falcon 9 from the Florida coast, and earlier this year we completed a test run of the mission that we're just an hour away from beginning here today.
And the purpose of that mission was to demonstrate Dragon's capability to safely and reliably fly humans to and from the International Space Station. The success of Demo 2 was a truly exciting moment and paved the way for today's mission.
And Dragon SpaceX valve cycling is complete.
Dragon copy.
And good words from core to the crew. But that mission paved the way for where we are today, sending this full crew for a long-duration expedition aboard the International Space Station.
Dragon and Falcon 9 together have years of operational experience, or what we refer to as flight heritage. As Leah mentioned earlier, SpaceX has successfully completed 23 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, including 22 trips to the International Space Station. Not only have we conducted thousands of hours of testing, we've also enhanced and added a number of safety features to Dragon.
Much of what was learned with Cargo Dragon was leveraged in the design of this vehicle. It's fully autonomous, which means it can basically fly itself, but also features full manual override capabilities in case of emergency. Bob Bankin and Doug Hurley tested these capabilities during the Demo 2 mission to the station.
Many of the other enhancements help towards SpaceX's goal of reusability and less refurbishment time between missions. So let's take a closer look at some of these advancements.
Standing at almost 27 feet tall from bottom of the trunk to top of the nose cone, Crew Dragon is composed of two main elements.
Dragon SpaceX, just passing T-minus 1 hour. Your go for Section 6. When ready, report go for launch.
Dragon copy. Section 6 is in work.
T-minus 1 hour, we're getting there. But the capsule that the crew is flying on today is designed to hold crew and pressurized cargo, and it also has an unpressurized section known as the trunk.
The nose cone at the top of the capsule protects the docking system and also the guidance navigation control system, or what we call GNC. The nose cone opens for docking and remains attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft, unlike the previous version of Dragon, and that helps towards our reusability efforts.
Opposite the nose cone is the trunk. It provides attachment points for Falcon 9, the Dragon capsule, and cargo. On the outside, one half of the trunk contains a radiator that rejects heat from the active thermal control system to space using SpaceX's new Pica tiling technology. The other half contains solar cells used to charge the spacecraft's batteries.
The spacecraft is designed to accommodate up to 7 crew members with modular seats that can be removed and replaced by additional cargo.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon Resilience for 6.4 of 4.100 launch prep. Dragon is go for launch.
Copy, go for launch. Yeah, we're looking good on weather, and you can expect the next call to be the C brief at T-minus 45.
And very exciting. Very exciting. We just got confirmation that Dragon is go for launch. The next call coming up will be from the launch director. So exciting that we are on target for T0 today. Back to what we were talking about, the seats are made of carbon fiber and will be custom sized for any crew members flying on board.
That control panel is centered between the pilot and the commander seats. You can see it a little bit here on the right side of your screen. That consists of 3 touchscreen displays, allowing the crew to operate the vehicle and fly it manually.
And finally, our Super Draco launch escape system is a key safety feature of Crew Dragon, giving the crew the ability to safely escape from the time of launch all the way to orbit.
We are now T-minus 57 minutes from launch. This day is the beginning of regular crew flights to the space station from U.S. soil, NASA having certified SpaceX for these missions after the successful Demo 2 flight test, which launched in May and splashed down safely in August.
Today's mission will be Crew Dragon's second mission with astronauts aboard and its first long-duration mission to the International Space Station. It's been an awesome countdown so far. Weather is still looking good. We just
on countdown. The technical team has been pulled and is ready to proceed into the propellant load. Thank you.
And not only is weather good, but sounds like we're proceeding into propellant load. So we're at T-minus 56 minutes and 37 seconds, and we're just getting closer and closer to that T0. So exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a great countdown today. Of course, a few things we didn't expect, but nonetheless, everything's continuing on schedule. So starting with suit up, just over 3 hours ago, the SpaceX team helped the crew put on their suits and conduct initial checkouts before crew walkout. Crew walkout was where Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi gave final goodbyes with friends and family gathered outside the operations and checkout building before they began that roughly 20-minute ride to pad 39A.
And what a cool ride that was. What you're seeing on your screen is them getting into their vehicles, waving goodbye. We got some great footage of those Teslas heading down the NASA causeway before the crew arrived at the pad. And once they got to the pad, they took a minute to take in the sights. There you can see on your screen. They took some pictures and then they headed up into the fixed service structure to begin a process known as crew ingress, where the astronauts entered the vehicle and the SpaceX team performed a series of checks to ensure their suits, the seats, and the vehicle interactions were all functioning properly.
And about 15...
As a reminder, step 55.72 is open for propellant load go, no-go buys.
That's the team continuing to discuss the go, no-go for propellant load. But about 15 minutes ago, the team closed Dragon's hatch with the crew safely inside. So with about 55 minutes to go until Dragon starts breathing fire, things will pick up as we get close to that go, no-go to begin propellant loading and arming the launch escape system.
The crew will pull for readiness, which was completed just about 5 minutes ago. And the Dragon pull for prop loading was just called out not too long ago. Next up at T-minus 45 minutes will be an internal mission control Hawthorne pull, and then the launch director's pull for propellant loading. When we get to about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract and the crew will get the call to close their visors and arm the launch escape system. This is the automated system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during the flight on the ride uphill.
And then once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for Falcon 9 will begin. We've heard some chatter about whether they're go, no go, continuing those polls. And throughout the countdown, we've been getting some pretty incredible views of the astronauts inside Dragon, making their final preparations, as well as some close-up views of the suits. The teams have often described those suits as an extension of the Dragon spacecraft. It's almost a mini spacecraft inside a spacecraft. They're all custom fitted, just as we were discussing earlier. And I think it's very interesting as well. Their seats are custom fitted too. So nobody gets to really choose where they sit today. It's already been decided. And with that, we want to hear a little bit more from the
for this place.
And go ahead for displays.
I just wanted to check. We did notice that on the left side of the display, it looks like possibly one of the iPads, one of the tablets is still in there. Is there a, when are you planning on bringing that down?
And we were going to get that right prior to the LES Army.
Copy all.
That's the core speaking with Dragon. The crew also has some tablets they can use to monitor the milestones of the mission. But for right now, we want to hear a little bit more from the KSC side. So, Daryl.
Yeah, thank you very much. Back here at the Kennedy interview desk, and you know, we talk a lot about the astronauts, what they're doing, and the preparation for good reason, but they have a lot of work to do. They're going to be doing some science, and joining me now is Dr. Lucy Lowe from the National Institutes of Health with one of the hundreds of experiments that our astronauts are going to be working on. And so one of them, the big one that you're working on and studying, is called tissue chips. So, Lucy, what exactly is a tissue chip?
So, yeah, great question, Daryl, and thanks very much. Great to be here this evening. So, a tissue chip, this is an example of a tissue chip. It's a tiny bioengineered device that contains human cells, and it's designed so that it mimics the structure and function of human cells and organs in this tiny little device. And so the idea is that we can use these to understand human physiology, we can use them to model diseases, and we can even use them to test drugs and therapeutics in human systems before they go into humans, for example, in clinical trials. So really they're just models that we can use to model disease and then test therapeutics for safety and efficiency.
Taking actual tissue that's been genetically engineered, right, and to see how
Not
it reacts?
necessarily, no. So
Some
there's
of it's
lots
real.
of different ways that you can put cells on these chips. You can buy them, but you can also use stem cell technologies to actually create cells from all kinds of different organs and tissues: heart, liver, lungs, skin, brain, bone. Lots and lots of different kinds of tissues can be created from stem cells, and they can be put onto these tissue chips, and then you can model diseases and all sorts on a little chip like this.
Fascinating. We're looking at some video, I believe, of one of these tissue chips being put together. Kind of explain us through what we're seeing.
So what you're seeing there is one of our kidney chips that the Tissue Chips in Space program from the National Institutes of Health and the ISS National Lab has been funding. So this chip here is being seeded here. You're seeing that blue fluid coming through in those little triangles, those little squares, are cells that are being placed into the chip. And they're put in there with this pink stuff, this extracellular matrix that keeps them alive and keeps them bubbling away, happily chatting to each other over the course of a few weeks. And so what you're seeing there then with the blue fluid coming through is how we feed those cells during that time that they're up on the space station.
Got to keep them alive.
Exactly. They need all their nutrients, they need all their stuff that keeps them feeling good up there.
So what is the benefit of an experiment like this? What can we glean from this and hopefully in the future?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Daryl. So when astronauts go up to the space station, they have a lot of changes that they see in their bodies that look very similar to certain kinds of disease states or even aging down here on Earth. So when we put cells onto tissue chips and we send them to the space station, we're able to see the same kinds of changes that might happen to the astronauts, but on a very, very short time scale. So for example, diseases that might take months or years or even decades to actually be a clinical problem down here on Earth, can actually be modeled in space in just a couple of weeks. So we can really accelerate the disease modeling using these tissue chips and then see how different drugs and therapies act on them. So we're super excited that some of the crew-1 folks might be doing some research for us. So thanks very much, guys.
Fascinating, and thank you very much, Dr. Lucy Lowe, for being with us here from the National Institutes of Health. That was a fascinating experiment, and we hope the astronauts get some good work on it so that you can further develop your research. Really
Wonderful. Thank you, Daryl.
All right, very good. And so now we'll toss it back to Hawthorne, California, and John I for the latest at T-minus in 49 minutes and counting.
Thank you, Daryl. T-minus 49 minutes, 7 seconds, continuing to count down. Right now, the launch director and launch team are preparing for the readiness for propellant load and launch pole. The SpaceX launch director has checked with the Dragon mission director and the NASA launch manager. They are ready to proceed. Currently, we're doing an electronic poll of the 7 members of the SpaceX launch team for their go to load propellant and then to press on with launch. Now, the Falcon launch crew is located in Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center, adjacent to the historic Vehicle Assembly Building on Kennedy Space Center. Key NASA launch members are also located in the firing room. Now, what we're waiting for right now is we expected about T-minus 47 minutes to hear the results of the poll. While we're waiting to hear that, a couple other status items. The crew is currently on board, and the crew access arm is about to be retracted. You can see the access arm currently in the pre-launch position alongside the Dragon capsule. We'll rotate that out of the way, then we'll arm the launch escape system on Dragon before we go into loading propellant on the Falcon 9. We're launching out of pad 39A, heading northeast out of the eastern range. The range continues to be go for launch. They're monitoring clearance area around the launch pad as well as the air and sea space around the flight corridor. Now the good news on the weather front, we have been given a new probability of violation of only 20%, or as the optimist would say, 80% chance of good weather. There's a small chance of a shower, but it would have to pop up pretty much right over the pad here at the last minute. They're looking, ground winds are cooperating, upper altitude winds are cooperating. So the weather officer gave us some good news about 10 minutes ago as we got inside of T-minus 1 hour. Now we're coming up on T-minus 47 minutes, and the SpaceX team is finishing up their go, no go polls. We're waiting for a few more people to give the electronic thumbs up so that then the SpaceX launch director can check that item off and then proceed into the remainder of the countdown, which will include propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. So let's listen in for a moment to the countdown net.
Dragon SpaceX for arm timeline.
And go ahead for the arm timeline.
Yeah, we were just talking here about the tablet and how much time you'll have to put it away. Essentially, as soon as the T-minus 45 minute brief occurs, we're going to begin retracting the arm, and we'd like to be ready to arm the launch escape system immediately, as soon as that's complete.
And Dragon copies. We will go ahead and take care of that now.
Copy all, thank you.
Heard a little bit of dialogue there between Core and the Dragon crew looking at a computer notebook that they're getting ready to put away, letting the crew know what the timeline would be once we finish the go, no go poll and we give the instructions to the launch team at T-minus 45. Then we'll proceed into retract of the access arm. You can see it's currently alongside of Dragon, and then we'll go into arming of the escape system, pardon me, years of previous experience. And then finally, we will get into propellant loading. Right now they're getting just the last thumbs up. People have been looking at data that we were gathering just outside of T-minus 1 hour as we were doing final checkouts of the Falcon 9 on the propulsion and engine systems before we got into propellant load.
Poll is complete and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the launch auto sequence and proceed into launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. In the event of a fire alarm at firing 4 today, key operators noted below will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly south. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Copy, arming crew arm.
And there you've heard it, just inside 44 minutes, the SpaceX launch director has announced polls are complete. We're go to head into propellant load. The Dragon team is going to begin retract of the crew access arm. So Kate, with that, everything continuing to look good. We're right on time in the countdown.
Thanks for that, John I.
And it looks like the crew access arm has already begun to retract away. Just a beautiful sight.
So this is one of the last major visual milestones that we have before launch. So the crew access arm now moving away, and we are T-minus 43 minutes and 15 seconds from launch. We're standing by as we wait for completion of the crew access retract. Shortly thereafter, we should hear the call out that the launch escape system is armed. And after that, we will hear that F9 prop loading has begun.
And now, earlier this evening, we saw NASA astronauts Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, Shannon Walker, and JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi suit up. That was about 3 hours ago. They made the drive out to Launch Complex 39A. Ingressed Crew Dragon about 2 hours ago, and the spacecraft hatch was closed a second time after and then they had a successful leak check. And again, we've just seen the crew access arm retract, and what we heard a few moments ago was that once this process is complete, they are going to go ahead and arm the launch escape system immediately. So we're going to wait to hear the call out that the crew access arm retraction is complete, and then we'll explain a little bit more about this launch escape system, what it is, why it's armed at this point, and why it's so significant. So again, we're at T-minus 41 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. We've just watched the crew access arm retract. That is the suspended walkway that attaches the rotating service structure to
fixed service structure.
The fixed service structure, excuse me, I'm talking shuttle speak, to the Crew Dragon capsule. So we watched the arm retract away. So now we see Crew Dragon.
Crew arm stow is complete.
And we heard confirmation that crew arm movement
Dragon,
is complete.
SpaceX, with that call, you are go for Section 7, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Okay, Dragon copies, moving to Section 7.
So their confirmation from Core telling crew that they are allowed to move on. You hear us mention move on to Section 6, Section 7. That's simply making sure that everyone's on the same page in terms of which procedure we are now working toward. So that was just the Core, who is the person that is essentially the single voice communicating to the crew inside.
Dragon, visors are closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Copy.
And there we heard Commander
Mike Hopkins.
Thank you. Commander Mike Hopkins informed that they are now closing their visors and now commanding the launch escape system to be armed. Now the launch escape system is basically the crew's path to safety in the event of an anomaly, quite simply. If we were to have an abort scenario here on the pad, we have demonstrated the efficiency and success of that system, having done a pad abort test. Previously, we did a launch escape system test mid-flight earlier, I believe it was January of this year. Essentially, this is the system that all the way from now on the pad until they are in orbit, the crew would be able to escape safely in the event of an anomaly. That's why it is so important that we check the weather all around the world, really. It's not just the weather here at the Cape that we're looking at in order to determine if we're go or no go. It is the weather along that entire escape corridor.
Right. And as Kate was mentioning, again, the launch escape system is armed. That has to happen before the SpaceX teams will proceed with fueling Falcon 9. And so that propellant loading process is set to begin at T-minus 35 minutes, so just a few minutes from now. And what that looks like, Kate, you talked about the tests that were done. You did a pad abort test back in 2015. You did an in-flight abort test at the beginning of this year. And so what that looks like in action, if it were to happen, a pad abort test, or excuse me, a pad abort would be before liftoff at any point from propellant loading, which begins in just under 3 minutes now, until the moment of liftoff. If something were to go wrong and the crew were in danger, Crew Dragon can kind of act as a rocket on top of a rocket and propel itself off of Falcon 9 using its 8 built-in Super Draco thrusters, right? And so the idea is that if that happens, Crew Dragon would splash down off the coast, and then we would have a rescue scenario. And so we've rehearsed that ahead of time. We coordinate very closely, the NASA and SpaceX teams, with the Department of Defense Detachment 3 to prepare for a scenario such as that. We're also prepared for if there were to be a need for a launch escape after the point of liftoff. At any point from liftoff until they reach orbit, about roughly 12 minutes after liftoff. At any point in that sequence, Crew Dragon could still launch itself off of the Falcon 9 rocket. And in that scenario, Crew Dragon would splash down at some other location further downrange, farther away from Florida, obviously. And that's why the weather downrange is just as important as the weather around the pad for liftoff, because they're thinking about how are we going to rescue the crew if we get into a scenario like that.
Exactly. So it's really complicated, but you know, it is a system that we have spent a lot of time designing and testing, and it's, you know, it's definitely something to consider in terms of that weather criteria that we do look at.
And so now at T-minus 36 minutes and 20 seconds, in just over a minute, we should be hearing that Falcon 9 is ready for propellant loading. That'll be with the RP-1, which is rocket-grade kerosene, and then also simultaneously the liquid oxygen loading will begin.
Once we begin loading that liquid oxygen, we'll see plumes of what will appear to be white smoke. It's actually the liquid oxygen vaporizing, turning from liquid form into gas form around the rocket itself in the rather humid Florida air.
And Nicole, I know, you know, we're just about 30 seconds from fueling, but from your perspective, you know, obviously this launch escape capability is not something that the space shuttle had. So from an astronaut's perspective, what's your take on having the ability to abort from the pad or in flight?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. It's what we need to be doing with our spacecraft, and I think anytime you can better ensure the survival of your crew in any situation during, you know, launch and on the way to space, that's what we need to be doing.
Launch auto sequence has started. Propellant mode has started.
We just heard that call that propellant load has started. That means fueling of Falcon 9 has begun. Okay, so we are now at T-minus 34 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. Fueling of Falcon 9 is underway. The launch escape system is armed. And again, today is the first in a series of 6-month missions for NASA's Commercial Crew program. And the Dragon capsule was loaded with propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road from us.
Yeah, that's an area that we affectionately refer to as Dragonland.
Yeah. Yep. And in order to fly, Dragon needs fuel and an oxidizer. So for the fuel we use, Kate, you're going to have to help me with these words.
No
I can't pronounce them.
Yeah, so it's monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen texoxide, or tetroxide, for also known as NTO, for the oxidizer. These are two propellants, a fuel and an oxidizer, that when they come into contact, they combust instantaneously. So it's a great propellant to use in spaceflight because you don't need an ignition source. So we use those propellants to maneuver Dragon on orbit, and those propellants super power the Draco engines, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would be utilized in the launch escape system in an abort scenario.
And again, we want to be crystal clear. Now that fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means that the 8 Super Draco engines built into Crew Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant if there is any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or on the pad. Now let's go over to SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne for an operations update. John?
Well, we are counting down those final minutes, and everything is still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon for an on-time launch just under 33 minutes from now. As you heard, Falcon 9 began propellant loading right on time at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, the propellants that feed the Merlin engines that power Falcon 9 are two liquids. One liquid is the fuel, the other is an oxidizer. And that fuel is a refined form of kerosene, also referred to as RP1. Now, our oxidizer is densified liquid oxygen, also called LOX. Densified means it is kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles, and it takes up less volume. This allows for more oxidizer to be loaded into the first and second stages. Now, to ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use an ignition fluid called TTEB. When TTEB comes in contact with oxygen, it ignites, and it gives off a green-colored flame. Once we've got the flame going, we can then add the kerosene fuel into the chamber, and the engine goes to main power. And you might see the green flash just as the second stage engine ignites, following stage separation 2 minutes 48 seconds into tonight's flight. Now, currently, we're early into propellant loading. The first stage fuel tank is about 10% full, and that first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle. You can see on your screen. You've got the black carbon fiber landing legs, then the white propellant tanks of the first stage, topped off by that black cylinder, the inner stage. Now, liquid oxygen loading is also underway on the first stage. That loading will begin on the second stage, which you can see on your monitor, which is the cylinder, the white cylinder just above that black interstage. Liquid oxygen loading on stage 2 begins at T-minus 16.5 minutes. And we'll continue loading liquid oxygen on both stages until the last few minutes of the countdown. Helium loading into pressure vessels is also underway. We use that to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is pulled out by the Merlin turbopumps. Now, on board the Dragon spacecraft, the astronauts are monitoring systems while propellant is loaded into the Falcon 9. And the call out you just heard, ground loading and the crew know that helium loading is going on the vehicle right now. So as I mentioned, the astronauts are listening to this right now. As part of their training in the simulator, we also can give them the playback of sounds that we've recorded in Dragon capsule during recent flights. Plus, they also had a discussion with Bob and Doug after their flight, who related what their flight experience was like earlier this year. Now, out on the Eastern Range, we continue to hear they're green, ready to go. There are no problems, and they are go for launch. And finally, the weather, as I mentioned a little while ago, it's actually improved during the day. We're down to 20% probability of violation. The biggest thing we're watching is just in case in these last half hour, if a rain shower might spring up within a mile or two of the launch pad. But currently, the rain looks like it's holding off. The upper altitude winds are good, and the ground winds are very light. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity just under 3 days from now. But let's turn it over to Jesse and Leah for an overview of events after liftoff.
Thanks, John. For Crew 1, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 27.5 hours, and their journey is much longer but fairly similar to the trip NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken made earlier this year in Crew Dragon's first mission with humans aboard.
As we await T0 in just about 29 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of systems checks to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. You're looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. Now, as we wait for the launch clock to hit 0, we wanted to give you an overview of what the ascent portion of the mission will look like.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon's 9 engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit max Q, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Once we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our Merlin engines again. And from there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin N1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth for landing as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event. SES, or second stage engine start 1, is where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage along with our crew-1 astronauts to orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first is the entry burn, where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite and then shut down. This helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
While the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we will wait for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
And about 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn, which is a single engine burn, will bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
While Falcon 9 first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage. It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
And about 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin. It will take roughly 4 minutes for the nose cone hooks to unlatch and open, exposing its guidance navigation controls, or GNC, that will help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
And lastly, once the nose cone is deployed, the remaining Draco thrusters on the forward bulkhead will be checked. From there, over the next 27.5 hours, Dragon will begin its approach phase, undergoing a number of phasing burns as it makes its way to station. All of that will be coming up soon.
Stage 2 cryo-helium load.
And confirmation, Stage 2 cryo-helium being loaded now. But for now, let's check back in with Marie at Kennedy Space Center. Marie?
All right, thank you, Leah. If you're just joining us, we are now at T-minus 25 minutes, 5 seconds and counting from the second astronaut launch from U.S. soil this year, and the first with 4 astronauts aboard Crew Dragon. We want to go over to NASA's Garvey McIntosh. She is standing by in Japan to speak live with the president of JAXA. Garvey, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Marie. Hello, I'm here in Tokyo, Japan. This is Garvey McIntosh, and I'm going to interview JAXA President, Dr. Hiroshi Yamakawa. Dr. Yamakawa, konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Could you tell us about the partnership between JAXA and NASA?
Oh, thank you very much for your question. The U.S. and Japan have built a close relationship in the aerospace field for more than 50 years. And NASA and JAXA have been collaborating in many fields, including earth science, space exploration, human space activities, and aeronautics. Astronaut Noguchi participates in the crew-1 mission as the first foreign astronaut on board a U.S. commercial spacecraft. This shows a trust relationship between the two countries. We recognize that this mission is an important milestone toward future international space exploration, and we will firmly support him from the ground.
Thank you very much. Could you tell us a little bit more about today's mission and what the mission represents for Noguchi-san?
Well, as the first Japanese astronaut on board 3 different spacecraft, Space Shuttle, Soyuz, and Crew Dragon, I'm sure he will play an outstanding role based on past experiences. Experiments on the ISS are expected to contribute to the advancement of people's lives on Earth. Protein crystal growth experiments in microgravity environment may lead to the development of new medicine. Japanese private companies are also getting to use the experiment module Kibo for the initiatives. We expect that we'll around the utilization of Kibo. Thank you.
Thank you. And last question, looking a little bit towards the future. I know recently Japan, along with 7 other countries, including the United States, recently signed the Artemis Accords. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Artemis Accords and what that means for future space exploration?
Well, last month in October, the Japanese government signed the Artemis Accords, representing the strong partnership as one of the first countries to join in the future international space exploration. Well, I think Japan has expertise in human and robotic space technologies accumulated through our experiences, TV, and Hayabusa 2. And we will continue to move forward with technical considerations with NASA and other international partners. In addition to the field of human spaceflight, we will continue and deepen our cooperation with NASA and our international partners in order to explore the new era of space and contribution to our society on Earth. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you for your time this morning, and I'll pass it back to you, Tahira. Thank you.
All right, so we just took a look at numbers across all of our social channels, and there are over 500,000 people tuning into this broadcast right now. And the hashtag #LaunchAmerica is trending at number 20 on Twitter, last time we checked. And Marie, Kate, Nicole, I've got some great photos rolling in, and I have a few that I just have to share right now. So take a look at this first one. We've got this little explorer asking if there's room for one more on the mission.
Aww. I love it.
I know. Let's go to the next one. We've seen so many cute space pups today, and this corgi and its little NASA onesie is just the icing on the cake.
Yes. I can't get enough space dogs, so.
Okay, let's go next. How incredible is this little patriotic astronaut holding the flag? Now, y'all, this one definitely made me pretty emotional the first time I saw.
Yeah.
Okay, last one. Check out how awesome Kiana looks in her blue flight suit, and, I mean, wishing her hero, Victor Glover, well on his Launch America mission. So you've seen it there, and for those of you at home, thank you for sharing a piece of what this mission means to you with us. And in these final moments, let's check in with Shaniqua at Mission Control in Houston. Shaniqua, what's the latest?
Thanks, Tahira. The space station team here in Houston is focused, and critical systems on the station continue to function normally. The teams have verified the command path from the ground up through the constellation of communication satellites to the station. Everything is nominal, and the station will be ready to receive Dragon tomorrow. NASA Flight Director Anthony Varia has been leading the operations planning between the joint NASA and SpaceX teams for the Crew-1 mission, and with the mission about to begin, he passed along this to the teams. No matter the spacecraft, our jobs remain the same. We will protect the crew, we will protect the vehicle, and we will perform our mission. We remain tough and competent. We operate with resilience. Anthony and team are on console here in Mission Control for launch and will be back tomorrow for docking. A reminder that a launch today will take about 27.5 hours to get to station, docking Monday to the Node 2 forward port scheduled at 10 p.m. Central Time, 4 a.m. GMT. Once Dragon is fully docked to the station, the team here in Houston will assist the Dragon and space station astronauts with leak checks as they work to open hatches on both Dragon and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch open to take approximately 2 hours after docking. That's it for us here in Mission Control Houston. I'll send it back over to the team in Florida. Marie?
All right, thank you so much, Shaniqua. We are inside of T-minus 19 minutes until launch. So exciting. We started the day with 50% probability of launch, and now we're up to 80% chance of the weather cooperating. So we are so excited. I know we're going to be turning our attention solely to the pad and going over to Hawthorne to take us through the final count. But one thing that really stuck out to me earlier, and I wanted to mention, when Shannon was talking about her path to becoming an astronaut, she talked about how she was 4 years old when she decided that that's what I want to do. And it really stuck out to me because my 4-year-old daughter is watching and she's dreaming about becoming an astronaut. And it's so special for, I think, especially for little girls, maybe I'm biased, but to be able to have a role model like Shannon and like you, Nicole, because at the time when Shannon was 4 years old, women weren't astronauts. And what an amazing time to be in when little girls have women to look up to, and African-American children have Victor Glover to look up to, and see that, they're represented and they can do this too.
Yeah, and I think NASA and the world of space exploration, from the human spaceflight side for sure, has been, over the years just so progressive in understanding how this diversity is so important. And I love thinking about your 4-year-old daughter watching launch tonight and being excited about this. And I'm thankful to be here tonight with you two ladies kind of representing.
I'm super excited. I have seen SpaceX launches before. I've seen shuttle launches before, but I've never been this close to the launch pad. And my palms are sweaty with excitement, and it's going to be incredible. Night launches here, they just light up the sky, and so I'm super excited, and I can't even imagine. I think a lot about Victor Glover this evening because, as we said before, this is his first time going to space. He has thousands of hours as a test pilot, like a super impressive resume, and this is his first time going to space, and I'm so excited for him to be part of this mission and get to go to the ISS after a long wait.
Yeah, and that is a beautiful destination. Let me just tell you that the four of them are going to, do amazing work there. And it's been mentioned a couple times before, this partnership that we have that's allowing us to do such incredible things that are just ultimately about improving life on Earth. It's very
Absolutely.
Cool.
And Nicole, I think it's worth mentioning, we didn't talk about this earlier, and I know you are a very humble person and you're focused on the crew that's on the pad right now, but you were the last resident International Space Station crew member to launch from and then land back on U.S. soil. So I think that's significant.
Yeah, as a shuttle crew member, and it's kind of weird to think that was that long ago, but I don't think any crew members goes into it thinking about what first or last it is.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, having worked at Kennedy Space Center for 10 years as a NASA engineer, and to be able to support a mission like that and be here watching this tonight, really historic event, this is the place where we learn that there is a solution to every challenging problem. And in the words of a person I mentioned earlier, Mr. Honeycutt, here's how we can, not why we can't. And that's what we saw go on tonight as well.
Absolutely. And with T-minus 15 minutes, 10 seconds and counting to liftoff, we want to focus in on the pad as we proceed through the final stretch of the countdown. We will turn it over to Hawthorne to take us through launch at 7:27 this evening, Eastern Time. John?
Thanks, Marie. As Marie mentioned, everything is looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. It's going to come at 27 minutes and 17 seconds after the hour, just a little under 15 minutes from now. We began propellant loading on Falcon 9 on time at T-minus 35 minutes. You may have heard earlier the call out, the fuel is completely loaded on the second stage, so the RP1 kerosene fuel is complete. We also got the start right on time 2 minutes ago of liquid oxygen loading onto the second stage. Now on the first stage that you can see with the white plumes coming off of it, fuel loading is continuing. We're about half complete with fuel load. That'll finish in 8 minutes at T-minus 6. Now densified oxygen, the liquid oxygen, continues to load on the first stage. That'll come down and finish about T-minus 3 minutes. And then, as I mentioned, the second stage has just begun liquid oxygen loading just 2.5 minutes ago. That will continue all the way down to T-minus 2 minutes. Now currently, Eastern Range is go. Everything continues to look good. And the weather, as we said, has continued to cooperate. You can talk about it. You can't do much about it. But tonight, it looks like all conditions are good on the weather. And finally, Dragon. The Dragon mission director and team, they are reporting no issues. They've completed the communication checkouts earlier in the countdown. You can see the crew access arm is retracted away. What you have left now is just the strong back alongside of Dragon you can see on your monitors. We have armed the launch escape system. The crew is strapped in and they are ready to go. Their next major event's coming up at T-minus 10 minutes. They're going to get final instructions relayed to them. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that allows the crew to get insight into how launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health to the crew that you can see on the right-hand side of the monitor. The crew will also at that time close their visors in preparation for launch. Now at T-minus 5 minutes, we'll be in terminal count, and Dragon will transition to its internal battery power. We'll hear continued call-outs on the countdown net as we get close to 0 and to liftoff. But right now, 12.5 minutes to go, everything looking good. Leah and I will be commenting, but we're going to let you listen into a lot of the discussion and just enjoy the last 12 minutes of the countdown as we head for liftoff again, 27 minutes, 17 seconds after the hour.
That's right, John. It's so exciting. Only 12 minutes, 13 seconds until liftoff now. And just some things that you can look for, especially upon ascent. You'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into the final countdown and then after liftoff. These are SpaceX flight controllers. They're reporting the trajectory, the speed, the booster performance, and some of the key milestones for Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon on the way uphill. It's about a 9-minute ride to orbit, and a few minutes after that is when we'll see Crew Dragon separate from the second stage and begin flying free on its own. Some of those other calls you'll hear upon liftoff are number and letter combinations. These mark different abort zones throughout the flight. The first two are 1A and 1B. This signifies they're in the first stage, and that will last until they're up to the very north of North Carolina. The next are 2A through 2E or 2 Echo. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in. That lasts from the top of North Carolina all the way to the tip of Newfoundland in the northern Atlantic. There's also a spot we want to avoid in the northern Atlantic, and so you might hear the call Shannon or forward to Shannon. Of course, that's not to be confused with our crew member Shannon Walker today, but that actually refers to Shannon, Ireland. It means they would target off the coast of Ireland if they were later in that second stage and needed to abort. But that next call out we're listening for to the crew should come up at T-minus 10 minutes that the crew displays. Those 3 panels in front of our astronauts will be configured for launch. Now just 10 minutes and 35 seconds to go until liftoff. Also, as John and I mentioned, that stage 2 fuel load is complete. Stage 1 is at about 90%. Liquid oxygen load on the second stage is about 40%, and on the first stage about 85%.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon. Displays are configured for launch.
Copy, Resilience. We're honored to have you as our crew as we begin operational missions to the ISS. Have an amazing trip and know that we are all for one.
Thanks, Jay. And to all the people at NASA and SpaceX, by working together through these difficult times, you've inspired the nation, the world, and in no small part, the name of this incredible vehicle, Resilience. And now it's time for us to do our part, Crew 1 for all.
Okay, all. Thanks, Hopper.
That was the voice of Commander Mike Hopkins confirming those crew displays are configured, and that T-minus 10 minutes was another check for the Falcon 9 launch commit criteria. It was checked by some computers. It was the last check of a wide variety of the Falcon system data to make sure we are go. From here on, we continue to count down until T-minus 7 minutes when the pre-valves open.
T-minus 8 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. As Liam mentioned, the next major event at T-minus 7 minutes, we will open the pre-valves. Currently, the Merlin engines on the first stage are isolated by valves that are between the propellant tanks and with the Merlin engines. We'll open the pre-valves. That'll allow us to begin passing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the inlet of the turbopumps. That'll chill them down to get them ready for when we bring the pumps up to full speed at T-minus 2 seconds. We want to make sure that the pumps are chilled so that there's not any opportunity for the liquid oxygen to possibly get in contact with a warm pump and turn into gas, something you want to avoid on a turbo pump.
7 minutes and 40 seconds now to lift off. We're still watching those fuel levels tick up, and in the first stage, we're almost at 100% of that densified kerosene. As we mentioned, second stage is full. First stage fueling should be complete for that RP1 at about T-minus 6 minutes.
Standing by for pre-valve opening.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
And there's the call out. Stage 1 engine chill has started. Indicates that we are opening the pre-valves. Liquid oxygen now beginning to flow slowly through the turbo pumps on the Merlin 1D first stage engines.
Next call out should be in about 30 seconds from now. We'll be looking for stage 1 RP load complete. That's the densified kerosene, that fuel on the first stage, already full on the second stage, and we'll still be loading liquid oxygen up until about 2 minutes prior to liftoff on the second stage. Standing by for that fuel call.
Stage 1 fuel load is complete.
Okay, right on time, and a great view of Dragon sitting on top of the Falcon 9 as we're continuing to load liquid oxygen onto both the first and second stages. The RP1 kerosene fuel is now completely loaded on both stage 1 and stage 2. All continues to go well, just under 6 minutes to launch.
In about 30 seconds, we'll enter terminal count, and Dragon's onboard computers will take control of the vehicle. Both fuel on first and second stage is complete, and liquid oxygen loading continues with the second stage at about 80%, first stage at 95%. Something else you might notice is water rushing the pad shortly before liftoff. That's to suppress the sound and keep any sound from imparting a load on Crew Dragon as it prepares to lift off.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count. Dragon is on internal power. Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for strongback retract.
Good confirmation that Dragon is on internal power. And now we'll be looking for a major milestone before we launch today. That'll be the strongback retract. John, you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, Leah, if we get a close-up of the Dragon at second stage.
Strongback is retracting.
We've heard the call out, strongback retracting. That's a two-step sequence. First, there are clamp arms around the very top of the second stage. You can see one of them just above the gaseous oxygen vapors coming out of the second stage. Those arms will open up, and then just inside of T-minus 4 minutes, once the arms are released, we'll begin to retract the strongback alongside the vehicle. It'll move back 2 degrees in position, and by about T-minus 3.5 minutes, we ought to be finished with that. The strongback will retract to 45 degrees away from the rocket once we hit T0 as part of the liftoff sequence.
And at T-minus 3 minutes, we'll
Right now, we're waiting for the retract. And there you can see the strongback is beginning to move away from the vehicle. And it looks like we are just about into the required pre-launch position, just a couple degrees away from the Falcon 9 and the Dragon capsule. But right now, T-minus 3 minutes, 8 seconds, everything continues to be go on Dragon and Falcon 9.
Currently standing.
Dragon is in terminal count.
And Dragon is in terminal count, and we are standing by to hear that stage 1 liquid oxygen loading is complete. Stage
1 LOX load is complete.
And there we have it, and stage 2 should finish shortly after, at about 2 minutes prior to liftoff.
So now the last major event is finished liquid oxygen loading on stage 2. It wraps up at about T-minus 2 minutes. Then at about T-minus a minute and a half, we have to drain back and vent down the liquid line that goes up the strong back alongside the Falcon 9. If you see a large white cloud about midway down around the rocket, that's normal. That's again just the gaseous oxygen hitting the warm, moist Florida air.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete. Dragon is in auto idle.
And good calls that stage 2 liquid oxygen load is complete. That means we have full fuel on the first and second stages, that densified kerosene, and we're full of the oxidizer. Liquid oxygen on the first and second stage as well. Now just a minute and 20 seconds until liftoff today. And as you can hear those sounds, like Soichi Noguchi said, the vehicle is alive. Coming up in 10 seconds, we'll look to hear that Dragon is in countdown and Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown. FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
50 seconds now until liftoff. That FTS you heard is flight termination.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX, this is Resilient. Roger, go.
Go for launch, and at 37 seconds, the International Space Station flying over Kennedy Space Center.
All for one, crew 1 for all.
Crew Dragon poised to go catch it. 20 seconds till liftoff.
T-minus 15 seconds. Falcon 9 is configured for flight. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
And resilience rises. Not even gravity contains humanity when we explore as one for all.
M1E propulsion is nominal.
That's the word we want to hear. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
As 30 seconds into this historic mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9. Stage 1 is preparing to throttle down. This is in preparation for max Q, which is maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Stage 1, throttle down.
There's that call out for throttle down.
Power and telemetry continue to be nominal for the vehicle, now traveling at 262 meters per second.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
There's that call out. The Falcon 9 is supersonic, and we will be passing through max Q here shortly, the largest structural load during ascent.
Max Q.
There's that call out. That Falcon has passed through max Q.
1 Bravo.
And we've just entered Stage 1 Bravo abort mode. That's going to take them through the end of the first stage burning just before second stage activates off the coast of North Carolina. T+1 minute and 40 seconds into flight. Dragon and Falcon 9 traveling 709 meters per second. That call that MVAC chill is underway, the Merlin vacuum engine.
Now with the call out of MVAC de-chilling, similar to what we saw in the first stage Merlin engines, the second stage engine being prepared for its ignition coming up in just over 30 seconds from now. We're a half a minute away from 3 quick events in rapid succession. We're going to get main engine cut off. The 9 Merlin engines will throttle down and then shut down. We're going to get stage separation.
Stage 1 throttle down.
And then ignition of the second stage engine. We've begun the throttle down in preparation for stage separation.
And we have
2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
And you see that stage separation has confirmed. There goes that MVAC engine. Stage 2. Crew-1 is now on their way to the International Space Station. On the right side of your screen, you see Stage 2 continuing to burn. Over on the left-hand side is Stage 1 preparing for its return to Earth.
Currently on the left side, you can't make out much. It's a couple hours after sunset in Florida, but the grid fins have deployed on the first stage. The first stage is now unpowered, but with the velocity it had, it continues to coast up to an apogee before it begins to descend back into Earth's atmosphere. Now as we watch, maybe we'll see the lights of Florida or the eastern seaboard in the background, but otherwise there's not going to be much to see. On the right-hand side,
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
You can hear the call out. Trajectory is nominal.
Nominal trajectory.
And we've heard the call out Bermuda. That means Bermuda ground station has the signals from the second stage of the Dragon and Falcon 9.
We're still continuing as Stage 2 burns to listen for those abort zones. We are now in 2A through 2E, 2 Echo, taking us up over the northern Atlantic.
Right now you can see the second stage engine glowing with the standard red that we have come to see over all these missions. Indicates everything's looking good. Power on the MVAC-D engine continues to run at 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of outer space.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
And trajectory nominal.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
And we hear the reply from the crew acknowledging we have a nominal trajectory. Dragon made it to the Falcon 9 second stage, heading into the low Earth orbit, where Dragon will then separate and begin its trip the rest of the way to the space station.
We'll be looking for SECO, second stage engine cutoff, coming up at 8 minutes and 48 seconds after launch today. So about 3.5 minutes from now, Dragon and Falcon 9, second stage, currently flying 2,979 meters per second.
Now, currently, the first stage has begun its descent. It is through apogee. It's beginning to come back down where it... Coming up in another couple of minutes, we will have the entry burn, where we begin to slow down the first stage.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
Another call out, another nominal trajectory, just what we love to hear.
That voice you're hearing on board Dragon, that's Commander Mike Hopkins, speaking for our 4-person crew as they continue their journey, now 6 minutes and 12 seconds after liftoff. Trajectory still nominal.
And Leah, you can see on the indicator altitude, 201 kilometers. We're now beginning to essentially level out and pick up velocity to get us into low Earth orbit. We're a little under 1 minute from the ignition for the entry burn on first stage.
And we're about 2 minutes away.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Copy, nominal trajectory.
Great news. Now 7 minutes after launch, second stage engine continues to burn. Everything looking good. And we'll see that continue to burn for another 1 minute and about 38 seconds.
Right now on stage 2, the crew's getting about a little more than 2.5 G's of acceleration. First stage preparing to ignite for the entry burn.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
And we've got ignition of the entry burn, center engine, followed by the other 2 restart engines. First stage now getting ready to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. This is about a 29-second burn, and it's designed to slow the vehicle way down. We're going to shed about 70% of the velocity of that dropping first stage by the time this landing burn completes. I should say by the time the entry burn completes, which is now over. First stage on target for the drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, we're watching second stage getting close to getting into orbit.
That's right. We've got about 30 seconds
Stage 2 internal
more.
guidance.
And now just about 20 seconds more of stage 2 continuing to burn until we see second stage engine cut off, or SECO. We'll coast for a few minutes afterward to allow the rates and motion to...
Roger, Shannon.
There's that call for Shannon. That's Shannon, Ireland, an abort zone, but it looks like we continue smoothly to orbit today.
INVAC shutdown.
And we've got shutdown of the second stage engine on time.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Launch escape system is disarmed.
And SpaceX copies.
And Leah, the words we like to hear, a nominal orbit insertion.
That's right, John. Nominal orbit insertion, as we mentioned, stage 2. Oh, looks like some action on stage 1. And I believe we've had a touchdown on the drone ship.
We've got stage 1 has touched down on the drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. But now the more important news, second stage is in orbit, right where we want, right on time. And we're getting ready for our next major activity, which will be Dragon spacecraft separation. Now, currently on the second stage, we are essentially venting pressure, purging the engine out, making sure everything is quiet in preparation.
Take a look. That's inside Crew Dragon right now. Our Crew-1 crew now coasting in low Earth orbit, still attached to that second stage. In just a couple of minutes, we should see that second stage separate, and Crew Dragon will be flying free.
Leah, the mission timer shows 90 seconds to Dragon separation.
Currently, Dragon is flying at 27,000 kilometers an hour. And we're T plus 11 minutes since liftoff today, waiting on that second stage separation. But as you can see, our astronauts from left to right, Shannon Walker, Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, and Soichi Noguchi, now on their way to the International Space Station. First trip to space for Victor Glover.
Acquisition of signal, Newfoundland.
That call out, acquisition of signal in Newfoundland. That means the Newfoundland ground station is now receiving telemetry from Dragon. This view inside Mission Control Hawthorne. Teams continuing to monitor the vehicle, now traveling at almost 27,000 kilometers an hour.
Ten seconds to Dragon separation.
And separation confirmed.
And separation confirmed. You can see that second stage departing. Crew Dragon leaving it behind.
Separation confirmed.
Now 12 minutes, 25 seconds into today's flight. Our next thing we'll be looking for is nose cone deploy. Our hooks will start to open on the nose cone and reveal those forward thrusters underneath. "13 minutes into today's mission. The view on the right-hand side of your screen coming from Crew Dragon. We had that short look at the second stage as it departed. That second stage will burn up upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon SpaceX, we see nominal service section Draco checkouts and the humidifier activation.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon. We copy all, and we see the same.
Confirmation from teams on the ground and the crew. You can see them monitoring those 3 display panels, monitoring their journey to the International Space Station and where they are in the world right now, or over the world, I should say.
Well, we're in 14 minutes, 25 seconds since it was a great liftoff. Everything happened. We had a nominal insertion into low Earth orbit. You saw Dragon separate. We got the Draco checkouts were good. And right now we're hearing the nose cone hooks are opening up. Everything is happening right per the procedure. And we've got crew-1 successfully on orbit. So with that, let's head over to our counterparts at Kennedy Space Center. Marie, how was that launch for you all there on the ground?
Oh my gosh, John, it just took our breath away. I mean, we could just turn right around in our seats and watch. We got up away from the desk to get a better look, and then we actually could see the booster coming back down.
Yeah, that was outstanding. Outstanding. And I don't even know what to say. High five. We're like high-fiving through the shield here.
High five. My husband texted me a picture of my daughter watching liftoff. It was just, I'm emotional. Seeing that, and we went on the first attempt. How often does that happen in human space flight?
As it should. I'm very happy. It has been a long day, but just to be able to stand there and actually feel the rocket pounding the air around you was just. It was just incredible. And then looking at the light too long, I couldn't see the MVAC ignition. So I still have spots in my eyes.
And then the views inside the capsule too, with the 4 of them, looking kind of mellow, but you can see Victor's kind of letting his arms do a little bit of the floaty thing. I bet he cannot wait to get out of his seat.
Well, he's going to get a chance to here shortly. So he's officially on his way on his first space flight.
So
Incredible.
Victor, Mike, Shannon, and Soichi are now on course to arrive at the International Space Station just tomorrow, Monday, November 16th, around 11 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're going to stay live on air for continuous live coverage along their entire ride to station. Though our coverage here at Kennedy Space Center will conclude, we're going to turn it over to the teams in Hawthorne and Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew-1 mission, all the way through hatch opening and a welcome ceremony for the crew. Now, for those of you watching online via YouTube, take a look at the description below the video. There you'll find the new link for our Crew-1 rendezvous phase, and we'll be continuing live coverage at that new location shortly. But if you're watching on NASA TV, like my parents, you won't notice a thing, and your coverage will continue.
That's right. And as you follow along, we also invite you to tune into a post-launch news conference at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, right here on NASA TV, where NASA and SpaceX will take questions live. And in addition to NASA TV, of course, you can always follow along on Twitter at @NASA and nasa.gov for continuous mission updates. We thank you all so much for watching. To all of our commentators, Nicole, special thanks to you
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
ladies. Let's do it again.
Oh, please, yes. Well, we'd love to have you back. Here now are some highlights from the incredible journey that's just begun. First live look inside the suit-up room. Crew Dragon Commander Mike Hopkins was born in Lebanon, Missouri.
Pilot Victor Glover is a native of Pomona, California.
And mission specialist Shannon Walker is from Houston, Texas.
Mission specialist Soichi Noguchi is from Yokohama, Kanagawa, Japan.
And here they come, walking down the hall.
Everyone's looking quite peppy there.
Yeah, so cool. They're looking for people. They're looking for the people that have helped them all along the way, too, and want to make eye contact.
Here they come, the Crew-1 astronauts now beginning their journey to the launch pad ahead of this historic mission to the International Space Station.
This is Cora on Countdown 1 for timeline. The crew is departing for the pad on schedule.
This is chase car, so you can be along with the crew every step of the way.
It's kind of like the pre-flight, right? The walk around your vehicle before you get in and fly.
I love this shot.
Yeah.
You know, when this was being designed, it was definitely a forward-thinking design.
And you can see on your screen the crew beginning the ingress process already.
They are checking to make sure the suits are ready. They're helping them connect the umbilicals. They're buckling them in.
And Dragon SpaceX hatch is closed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
And resilience rises. Not even gravity contains humanity when we explore as one for all. That's the word we want to hear.